You found it. Doctrine.
Someone else is looking for it. Someone who'll kill to own it.
That book isn't just a book, it's a map.
A map to what?
To whatever the universe was hiding before we were born.
Discover the esoteric map of creation in Dion Fortune's classic, The Cosmic Doctrine. Join our weekly study group to explore the origins of the universe and your place within it. Guided readings.
What in the world? It's coming out of the book!
That can't be good.
It's beautiful, though.
Or catastrophic.
What do we even call this? A book study? Or a
Fortune describes the universe as if it began from a single ripple of consciousness, and those ripples thickened into stars, planets, and even us. It's not physics, it's more like a map for the soul, a way of understanding how every act of will...
From the pen of Dion Fortune comes a map of existence itself, the Cosmic Doctrine, her visionary guide to the birth of the universe and the evolution of consciousness. Join our weekly online study to explore its secrets.
Before the first star burned, there was only the ring and the will that moved
The
it.
powers descended.
Weave the worlds, but freedom births risk. By their fall, darkness was sown, yet hope moved.
There are books that point the way, and there are books that feel like coming home. Dion Fortune's The Cosmic Doctrine is both an intimate map of the universe written in the
Dion Fortune, a classic of esoteric thought, now released in a new edition with previously unpublished material. Dive into an extraordinary vision of the universe's occult origins and the...
Then we...
Greetings, this is TK Trev, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Hope that this Saturday evening finds you well. How's the audio coming through? Can you hear me clearly? Can you hear me clearly? As usual, had some technical difficulties, but we've got that figured out now, pretty sure. So, in case you don't know, we're about to jump into the Cosmic Doctrine, which I can easily say is one of the most high-level occult texts that I have ever experienced. And I read a lot of occult texts. Most of them are, all of them have something that one can learn from. But this one right here, I would say takes the cake for sure. So much so that it deserves another round of study and probably deserves a few more. But let's handle what we got in front of us. Peace and greetings to all my favorite people. I'm trying something new here. We're gonna see if this works. If not, we'll just do it like we always do it. But let's see. Get this thing going. It's decent for now. But yeah, peace to everybody. Proteus, seer of eons. Peace and greetings, my friend. Coop TGS in the building. Welcome. Sunshine Chick, always good to see you. Peace. Monica Lawan, peace and greetings. Missed you last night, but I'm sure you had something very important to do. Hope you're having a great evening. Pure Peace Zone in the building. Awesome. Mystic Phoenix, peace. Rising from the ashes, always and forever. Zero, the hero. This guy right here. Love you, Zero. Peace. Ashley B, welcome. Ace in the place. Peace and greetings. Holding it down. Emperor Rex LVC. Peace. 9 Volta. Peace. Fat Tony. It's been a minute. Good to see you, brother. Peace. One True Goddess. Peace and welcome. Rose of Flame. Peace. So great to see you. All right. Asit Aja. Peace. So many. Glad that you all are here. Balara, peace, beautiful. Mothra in the building. Welcome. All right. So we're about to get into this. I hope you're ready. Like I said, we're going to try something new. If it's too complicated, we won't do that. But we'll see. Night Creatrix. I ain't seen you in a long ass time. Welcome. Hope you're doing very well. Don't forget to smash that like button. As you can tell, I've got something pinned at the top of the comments. Go ahead and download that if you want. You're welcome. Well, let's do this. Enough yapping. Let's see what I have to do here. Like that? Nope. Like this. There we go. Cosmic Doctrine by Dion Fortune. Ashe to the Order of the Phoenix. Ashe to the Order of the Unicorn. Tonight we're going to cover... By the way, this book was written over 100 years ago. Legit. I'm pretty sure. But anyways, we're going to go through the Millennium Preface. Then we're going to go through the introduction by Dion Fortune. Then we're going to do introduction 2 by the communicating entities. And then we're going to go down to the first manifestation. We're not going to go too deep tonight because this content is already deep. It might be a wise idea to kind of take it paced, not necessarily too slow, but definitely not too fast. So, the most important line in the entire text right here. These images are designed to train the mind, not inform it. Remember that throughout this whole experience. These images are designed to train the mind, not inform it. And that's serious business. Because in this culture, we're trained to go through reality trying to learn shit and trying to accumulate data and trying to process that data consciously and try to stand on logic, which is great for interacting with this environment and with other people, right? But if we're talking about metaphysical reality, if we're talking about the supernatural, if we're talking about the stuff that's covered in this book, you're going to have to leave that alone and shift into a different type of mind. So these images, like what's in this book, it's a different way of teaching. It's teaching you a different way to think and process reality. And it's not about building up logical steps to stand upon. You're learning to see and mentate abstractly. If you don't know, now you know. This edition is integral to the text recorded in 1924 by Dion Fortune. It has neither been edited nor amended. All right, so let's go to the Millennium Preface. The Millennium Preface. Rosa Flame says, that statement is why I think people should read this early on. They might be lost, but it's going to help with everything they read after that. I agree with you. And that's a little bit different to understand, too. Like, that's not something that you typically see. Oh, yeah. Let's get it cracking. So, Millennium Preface. The Cosmic Doctrine is a condensed blueprint outline of God's manifestation in this creation. A condensed blueprint outline of God's manifestation in this creation. Notice the separation there. Complex indeed, but what has tended to bother some about the Cosmic Doctrine teaching has been the almost total emphasis in explaining evolution simply as being the psychic nuts and bolts of God. God's psychic nuts and bolts. Leaving one with the impression that God may be reduced from a great and infinite being to a kind of mechanical Newtonian clockwork. However, there is much more to it than that. Right? It's more than just the psychic nuts and bolts of God. The higher up the planes you go, Although esoteric theory tends to describe it as all more abstract, in actual fact, things become so much more complex, vibrant, vivid, bursting and brimming with life in incredible profusion. It is another form of experience, however, right? Let's run that back. The higher up the planes you go, although esoteric theory tends to describe it as all more abstract, right? We get the impression that the higher up the planes you go, it's going to be so fancy and super detailed and chaotic and crazy and unimaginable. That's what we think, right? That's how the books like to put in our minds. In actual fact, things become so much more complex, vibrant, vivid, bursting and brimming with life in incredible profusion. It is another form of experience, however. The broadest, though simple analogy would be to liken the existence on the higher levels as something after the order of a Bach fugue, which could indeed seem to some a rather dry abstraction, but which to the attuned and educated ear is a revelation of divinity, harmony, and celestial order. The reality is not easy to describe in concepts, let alone in words. How best to describe a rainbow to a blind man? Think about that real quick. How do you describe a rainbow to a blind man, right? The first thing you're going to do is try to inform him about the colors. Oh, it's an arc shape, and it's got these colors: red, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. And then you realize, whoa, this is a blind man. None of these words mean anything to him because they don't have an anchor in his experience. Now, I want you to also think about this when you're trying to wake up your people, right? When you're going out and about, you're trying to bombard your friends and family members with conspiracy theory videos and all this other shit. It's the same thing as trying to describe a rainbow to a blind man. He doesn't have any concepts to relate to the words that you're saying. And all that passion that you're putting behind the explanation, you sound and look like a crazy person, right? The reality is not easy to describe in concepts, let alone in words. So if we can't even describe this stuff in words, you know damn well it's difficult to describe it even in concepts. What's that mean for you? It's hard enough to find the language. It's even more difficult to find the right images to think about. Did you ever consider that? Because when you think about God, what do you think about? What did you think about 20 years ago when somebody said God? You probably thought some old white man with a long white beard sitting on a golden throne, giving out laws like a judge, right? And if that's as far as your imagery goes, imagine what that does to your subconscious experience. So it's not just the language that we're dealing with here. We're also dealing with the images in our minds. This is how we build reality. So this is just about me talking right here. When I attempt to teach about spirituality, magic, and all that stuff, there is supreme focus that I would like to place on the words that you're using, as well as the images that you're using to build that reality in your mind. Don't forget it. It's the language and the pictures. Hence why that first line in this text is so important. These images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. Ain't nothing in this book you're going to be able to take to social media and beat somebody over the head about how advanced you are and how simple they are. This ain't this kind of journey. My Gnosis, peace. Listen, man, you inspired me with your last live stream, so I had to step mine up, man. I had to get a PowerPoint presentation for my book study. Shout out to my Gnosis. Speaking of which, man, I didn't check the count of how many people are here, but if you are here and you have not subscribed to my Gnosis YouTube channel, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. My Gnosis drops some solid wisdom and breaks down on the Vedic teachings, on the yoga teachings, on the Vedantic teachings, which literally go hand in hand with this material here. So subscribe to my Gnosis, and next time he goes live on his book study, be sure to go Check him out. Show. Shot Kosher Corver in the building. Peace. So, since the works of the late Dion Fortune were written, more has been understood and realized. Psychism is simply one type of inner awareness, and there are other types at least as valid and as common, in particular, intuition. Details of the aims and works of the Society of Inner Light founded by Dion Fortune may be obtained by writing with postage, please, to the Secretariat at 38 Steeles Road, London, NW3 4RG, England. I don't know if that still stands 100 years later, but you are free to send them a message. So what did we learn just now so far? These images are designed to train the mind, not inform it. We're talking about here the blueprint of divine unfoldment. The Cosmic Doctrine offers a condensed blueprint outline of God's manifestation in this creation. It's not theology. We're not learning about different gods and goddesses and which god had sex with this entity and which demon's at war with the other. We're talking about something far more advanced than all that. Psychic mechanics, right? The framework. It doesn't matter what video game you talk about. They're all built on us, right? How many games are built on the Unreal Engine, right? How many games are built on architecture to be run on an Xbox? How many games are built to run on the architecture of an iPhone or iOS, right? So we're not talking about the content. This book is all about the context, baby. We're going to the fundamentals. Psychic mechanics, inner architecture, maps how consciousness unfolds, reveals divine motion, a schematic, not dogma. Right? So the misunderstanding that people have going into this stuff, some are troubled by its focus on evolution. Right? And they refer to this as the psychic nuts and bolts of God. That's a funny phrase, boy. Chicanos fighting for higher learning. Peace, my friend. Right on time. Late but here. You're right on time. Good to see you. Ace says, Trav is being thorough to make sure you know what we are getting into. Gotta do it. I gotta do it. Right? Because fuck it. It must be done. Everything must be done. I can die peacefully knowing that I did my part. To modern minds, Fortune's cosmology can seem coldly mechanical, like a spiritual physics equation. But this preface reminds us, the deeper we go, the more alive the universe becomes. The higher up the planes you go, right? More complex, patterns within patterns, more vibrant, pulsing with energy, with frequency, more vivid, bursting and brimming with life. She compared it, or I think Gareth Knight wrote that. He compared it to a Bach fugue, intricate, ordered, alive with harmony. To the untrained ear, it's just abstraction, it's chaos, it don't make sense. But to the attuned mind, this is divine music. This is a book of divine music. You're going to see. How best to describe a rainbow to a blind man, right? The challenge is the higher planes are not less real. They're more real than form itself. The solution, language fails, right? We went over that. Language fails. Symbol must step in. When we get into this higher type of information, we're talking about these abstract concepts. Really, you must describe it with symbol. Metaphor becomes the prime language, not plain English. Metaphor becomes how you convey this information. Imaginal geometry bridges the gap. That's literally what that means. Metaphor is the key. So if you want to understand these high concepts and you want to if you want to explain it to other people or to your subconscious mind, you're not going to sit there and say, oh, well, you see, the particles of the neutrons must become parallel to the perplexity. That doesn't mean anything to anybody. You got to put it in a metaphor. Imaginal geometry bridges the gap. Evolution of understanding. Since Fortune's time, new awareness has emerged. Right? Psychism is one form of inner perception. Intuition is direct knowing, at least as vital. Integration, both faculties engaged, right? Both psychism, being psychic ability, which is inner perception, and also intuition, right? Many of you have developed these qualities, right? Many of you have developed on your own a strength in intuition, a strength in psychic ability. Many of you have taken my classes, my courses, and I've provided many lessons and transmissions to help open up psychism and intuition, right? So you've done it on your own, you've done it in my classes, and maybe some of you are just now getting to the point where you're able to expand some of these things. But understand ultimately that one of the goals is to integrate these faculties, right? Psychic ability, awesome. Intuition, awesome too. Put them together, right? Put them together. That's how you're going to navigate the inner planes. That's how you do your astral projection. That's how you move the world with your mind. That's how you do all this fly shit we talk about. These images are not meant to inform, but to train. To train. Cognitive exercise. Each chapter is a tool for repatterning consciousness. You get it? Spiritual coordination, like yogic asanas for the mind. You see what we're putting down here? This is not just a book of words. The training is happening within your perception. So that's why this is the very first chapter of the book, because they really want you to understand that as we move forward. Because if you miss that, you're going to be looking for clips and sentences to throw at people to show them how deep you are. That's not how this works. This book is so deep, you can't share it with nobody. Right? That's the type of depth we going into. The type of gems that you're going to pull out from the abyss, from this abyss, they're only for you. Nobody else can even see the value. So once again, know that going in. The goal is not knowledge, it's capacity. The Society of the Inner Light. Details of the aims and the work of the Society of the Inner Light may be obtained by writing to the Secretariat. Like I said, I don't know if they're still there 100 years later, but you're more than welcome to try. And then let us know if you get an answer. All right, so finally, the key takeaways from this is it's not a map, but a mirror. We're revealing patterns of mind. It's alive. It's not mechanical, right? The universe, it is a system of patterns, but these are living patterns. Contemplation over analysis. It's not just about logical analysis. You really got to sit with this thing and allow it to unfold for you. Imagination as instrument. The reader's vision initiates. So for some of you who enjoy music, this might be a good time to at least put in your notes. Go check out a Bach fugue, B-A-C-H-F-U-G-U-E. Have a listen and see if you can put this metaphor to use, right? Imagine a Bach fugue of light. Every note, a universe. Every harmony, a law of motion. How does consciousness move when it becomes aware of itself as the music? Technically, you can really do this with any music, but, just to at least go along with what was presented in this text. All right. Let's continue. Introduction by Dion Fortune herself. Let's see what Dion Fortune has to say about the text as we are moving into it. The following pages were not produced by the ordinary method of literary work, and we therefore feel that not only may some explanation of the means employed for their production be of interest to the reader, but is also his due. adequately to explain the method of their production would require an elaborate study in the psychology of the higher consciousness, an undertaking too extensive for inclusion in the introduction of this book. But enough may be said to indicate the methods employed. I feel that I am the last person to be able to inform. I feel that I am the last person to be able to form an opinion as to the nature of the experiences here recorded, to determine whether they are what they purport to be, or whether they are dissociated complexes of my own subconscious mind, is not quite such a simple problem as either believers or scoffers might think. If these communications are not received from discarnate entities, then I must be utilizing certain little-known capacities of the human mind. The communicators make statements on these points, and these are appended. But of course their statements cannot be regarded as evidence. I know, however, that I could not have written any works at the pace at which this was produced. When it is realized that each chapter took from 3/4 of an hour to an hour and a quarter to dictate, and that no other work whatsoever went to its production, I think it will be seen that this book was not produced by the ordinary labor of the brain. No notebooks of reference books were ever made use of. And though I have read and thought along these lines for some years, I made no special study of that branch of esoteric science which is herein dealt with, and have only the most elementary knowledge of physics and none whatsoever of mathematics. The ideas expressed in these teachings are quite unfamiliar to me when I come to read them, and I have to study them just as anyone might who made their acquaintance for the first time. I hope my readers will believe that these pages are the result of honest experimentation and acquit me of charlatanry or attempted deception. I vouch for neither the completeness nor accuracy of the communications here recorded. In my opinion, no extra weight should be attached to any ideas or teachings because an unusual origin is claimed for them. Any value which they possess as a contribution to speculative thought or scientific knowledge must depend on their intrinsic worth, not on their sphere of origin. The manner of their obtaining is a psychological question and has no bearing on the problem of their truth. Nevertheless, I believe that the story of the way in which I obtained access to this teaching and was trained to transmit it is worth telling for the sake of its evidential value as first-hand experience. My first introduction to this line of thought was through a random reading of the Ancient Wisdom by Annie Besant. When I came to the words, the Brotherhood of the Great White Lodge, the hierarchy of adepts who watch over and guide the evolution of humanity, my higher self seemed to suddenly wake up, as if startled out of sleep by a loud noise. I read the pregnant words, "Still, they teach the eager pupils. Still they teach the eager pupils, showing the path and guiding the disciples' steps. Still they may be reached by all who seek them, bearing in their hands the sacrificial fire of love and devotion, of unselfish longing to know in order to serve. Still they carry out the ancient discipline, still unveiling the ancient mysteries." Upon me, the effect of this passage was mantric. It ran in my head like a tune, and my whole nature gathered itself up into a one-pointed desire to find the masters. One-pointed desire. When was the last time we heard that phrase, one-pointed desire? Dharana. I say that my nature gathered itself up, for the conscious will was submerged in the tremendous uprush of the depths. The blind will of the primitive self that is usually expressed in savagery was in me turned to the desire for light. Fierce as thwarted love and stronger than the fear of death was that desire, and there was no price I was not willing to pay. The masters had only to make known their conditions for me to comply with them. All day long I moved in a dream, my body performing its duties automatically. My first waking thought was of the masters, and my last thought as I fell asleep, and my dreams were colored by my desire. I seemed to range over rocky deserts in a gray twilight, not upon toiling feet, but with powerful wing beat and the speed of the wind. I had a sense of irresistible power, and always that tremendous desire drove me on, as if it were something outside myself. It was like the throb of the screw on board ship. Awake or asleep, it was always there. One felt it underfoot on deck. One heard it as if one woke in the night. It never ceased to drive the ships towards the port for which her course was set, though it lay invisible as yet below the horizon. I came from that part of Yorkshire which was the Danelaw, and I suppose I reverted to type and threw back to some Viking ancestor. Mildest of people in the ordinary way, we are liable to go berserk upon occasion, and I went berserk in my quest for the masters. She threw it back and went berserk. She threw it back and went berserk. When was the last time you threw it back and went berserk in your search for the truth? You're not doing it like Dion Fortune, period. You're not. You're just not. When was the last time you threw it back and went berserk in your search for the truth, in your quest? You talk about you ain't getting no manifestation. You talk about you ain't making contact. You ain't breaking through. You didn't see anything. You're not having dreams and visions. Well, did you throw it back? Did you go berserk? If you go berserk, then what are we doing? What are we doing?
Next caller, me. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. Bitch, I'm flowing straight from the survival scroll. Cut that bitch off. Next caller.
Wrong clip, but it'll still go. It'll still go. If you ain't going berserk, cut that bitch off. Next caller. For 10 days, I continued in this state, and then I found that which I sought. Upon the 10th night, I went to sleep in the ordinary way and began to dream. I dreamt that I was going down a long passage with many doors opening onto it, and the end of the passage led into the reading room of the old library of the Theosophical Society in Tavistock Square. Lovely. So she astral traveled to the Theosophical Society, not on purpose, right? She wasn't going berserk this time. Went into the dream state. Tian Pomeroy, peace and greetings. This is the only way I'm trying to throw it back these days. Facts. Louis, peace and greetings. Welcome. In the building. Chronicles of Sat Ra. I want to throw it back. There we go. For the Lord, for Jesus. right? For the Jesus, for the Lord. I am that I am says, Alexa, play Throw It Back and get reserved. Right? That's how you get into the state. Next caller. Next caller. The passage had been dark, right? So she astral projected, it seems, to the Theosophical Society Library in Tavistock. The passage had been dark, but the reading room was full of sunshine. I stood there for a moment in the ray of golden light that came through the window. And then the whole side of the room opened out. And I seemed to be caught up through space and found myself upon a plateau among great snow mountains, which I knew to be the Himalayas. Uh-oh. Speaking of Durana Darshan, she found herself in the Himalayas. And I was kneeling at the feet of two of the masters. I could not see their faces, for they were lost in a blur of light, nor could I see the hands, for they were concealed in the loose sleeves of the robes they wore. But I knew that one was the Master Jesus. Boom. Boom. The other I did not know, save that I felt him to be a tremendous intellectual force. I have since learned to know him as the most wise, one of the lords of mind on the Hermetic ray. To the Master Jesus was given the title of Most Holy, Lord of Compassion. Interesting. So she finds herself, projected to the Himalayas, the holy mountain, and she is in the presence of two ascended masters, one the Lord of Compassion and one of tremendous intellectual force. Does anything come to mind for anybody here, especially those of you who have some familiarity with occult symbology? Does anything come to mind just off of that passage alone? And what I'm asking right here, this isn't about right or wrong, but I'm just asking, right? If your abstract mind is maybe putting something together or showing you something, what do you think when you hear that, when you see that? Zero says, I didn't know what the word berserk means, so I searched for it. It's crazy. I'm speechless. This is so amazing. Got to go berserk, man. Got to. What did Crowley say? You got to inflame yourself with passion. We can't be doing this soft spirituality, right? You cross your fingers, light a candle, put a rock in front of you, and call it a day. You better go berserk, right? One, two, or both. Go berserk, throw it back, or both. Dion Fortune did both. What you do is on you, but you better do something. Better do something. Rosa Flame says 0 and look up the Viking berserkers. She is referencing that as well. Facts. Alchemy Gold, peace and welcome. Om Namah Shivaya. Bina and Bune, the same place at the same time. See, thought I was joking. Okay, Luxury Newman says Had and Netzach, compassion and intelligence. Okay. That's cool. Star Lion, peace. Coop TGS says Hermes. All right. Yeah, that's it right there. Hod and Tifereth, compassion and intelligence. Tian Pomeroy says balance of masculine and feminine. That's a good one. That's a good one. The mental goddess says the three are Trinity, Hermes, Christ, and Buddha. I like that Trinity aspect because there are three people there. Yeah, that sounds good. Tian Pomeroy says mind and heart. See, now we cooking with hot Crisco. Now we cooking with hot Crisco. Luxury Newman says Jesus makes me think Tifereth, but compassion makes me think exact. Yeah. Pure Peace Zone says ancient apocalyptic theosophy originally said there would be two figures at the end of the world, the Messiah and the King. Islam has two figures at the end too, Jesus and the Dajjal. Yeah, those last two figures at the end of the world, believe it or not, have been in my mind lately. Mainly the two prophets from Revelation. They always made me think of the two androids from Dragon Ball Z. The two that came to fuck everything up. And it's no coincidence that before this book reading, I saw somebody post a meme with those two in it. Okay. Let's get going. Mysteries Ascent. Peace, and welcome. All right, let's keep going. Thanks for your insight, my friends. Thanks for your valuable insight. Luxury Newman says knowledge and harmony. Okay, all right, see? Good. Keep those gears turning, because that's what we have to do when we're reading this book. Because remember what was said before. Zero says even consciousness and energy. Louis says Berserk the anime. Damn, and see that's the one that I haven't seen, but it keeps coming up. Damn near every day somebody mentions Berserk. Alright, so here she finds herself before the Master Jesus and one of the Lords of Mind. The Master Jesus was clad in a white robe. I'm not going to play the Rack and Willie clip. The Master Jesus was clad in a white robe, and the most wise in a robe of dark indigo blue. I was in their presence for some time, but of what was said, I can remember nothing, save that I was bidden to have more reverence for that which was holy. I no longer had any sense of personal power as had been with me upon my journey, but was awed, almost cowed, by the tremendous presence before whom I found myself. This is a serious moment. The Most Holy took no part in the interview, but stood a pace or two behind his companion, and seemed slightly remote, aloof, and very weary, as if some great strain rested upon him. The weariness gave me the impression of physical exhaustion, through which the spirit shone undimmed. The Most Wise, however, seemed to have tremendous driving force, dominant, intellectual. And while I feared him, I adored, and also asked nothing better than to enter upon his service. I have learned since that he is one of the greatest masters upon the Blue Ray, a lord of hermetic wisdom and ceremonial magic. The Master Jesus gave me the impression of having an infinite patience with the weak and pity for the lowly. Though he would lead by rough ways, he would lead gently and slowly, suiting his pace to the most foolish and footsore of his sheep. I've sometimes been asked why it is that I can work with people who have neither intellect nor education. And I think it must be because I myself was trained by a master who did not look for qualities of intellect in his pupils. Aww, listen at Jesus. I must have been about half an hour in the presence of the masters, and then I felt conditions change, and I seemed to re-enter the room in the library through the gap in the wall which closed behind me. Cool. Vision changed to dream, and I awoke. But the memory of that transcendent experience remained with me and has remained ever since. Was it a dream or an actual experience? That is a matter of opinion. I only know that not only my inner consciousness, but the outer circumstances of my life were totally different thenceforth. Wow. Wow. When in the morning I looked back upon that breathless adventure, seeking to recover every detail of its memory, I found in my consciousness the certain knowledge that I had been accepted as a pupil by the masters. But here's a curious point. For although the whole bent of my temperament was toward the Master of Wisdom, I had been handed over to the Most Holy, the Master of Compassion. And I was not all happy about it. I wanted the pace and driving power of the Most Wise. Jesus, man, I wanted the other dude. I wanted the other guy. I felt myself to be strong and wished to be worked to my full capacity. I was impatient with the patience of the Master of Compassion. I thought it was a colorless service compared with that of the Master of Wisdom. And there were many struggles before I would submit to that gentle yet compelling force. I can see now why I was placed under his guidance and not given the more intellectual type of master who was congenial to my temperament. It was in order that I might not develop the powers of the mind with the faults of my character uneradicated. Whoa. Whoa. Sometimes you don't have the cities and powers unlocked that you want because with your character unimproved, it will be liable to destroy you. Shadow work, baby. You got to do that shadow work. It very well could be that your shadow work not being done is the one thing that's keeping you from hitting that next level. But what do I know? What does Dion Fortune know, right? I can see now why I was placed under his guidance and not given to the more intellectual type of master who was congenial to my temperament. It was in order that I might not develop the powers of mind with the faults of my character uneradicated. Before I had gone very far with my training, however, I was very grateful that my master was a master of compassion, who would not quench smoking flax. I do not know how the pupils of the Master of Wisdom fare. I am sure I could never have stood the training. Dang. That's pretty intense, isn't it? Pretty intense. What do you see from that so far? Who would have thought that? Sheesh. Sheesh. That's all I can say. Imagine having Jesus as your guru, as your sensei. You done went through Master Roshi, King Kai. Now you gotta go through Jesus program. You went through Beerus. Now you gotta go through Jesus program. And you thought it was sweet until you realized you lack the patience required to walk this path. You thought Jesus was all sweet baby Jesus in a manger. rosy cheeks, right? Puppy dog eyes. That's what you thought. Pure Peace Zone says, I imagine a lot of Western minds are very similar, wishing for the intellectual, not realizing that more of that isn't what you need. Precisely. Precisely. Impatient with the patience of the master of compassion. Yeah, that's the part right there that I wanted to point out. Impatient with the patience of the master of compassion. Like, you know, can you imagine that experience? And what would that say about you? What would that say about your current level of understanding? Jesus, 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 Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Coop TGS says, Jesus will flip the table of your mind. Facts. Facts. Smack that all on the floor. Right? You thought it was sweet. You thought it was rosy cheeks, puppy dog eyes. Oh, that's just Jesus. He ain't finna do nothing but forgive me. I'm a party all 6 days of the week. I'm a sin. I'm gonna go ham and fuck shit up. But on Sunday, I know that Jesus will forgive me. Take me back, right? You see why you think you out there having fun? You're missing out on the true power, on advancing on your path. You out here rolling in the mud like the pigs, taking a bath on Sunday and then getting back in the mud, not realizing that you're preventing yourself from learning all types of information. Goodness gracious, man. Dumbass humans. All right. During the next 3 days, the memory of past incarnations returned to me, right back to my first initiation in Atlantis. Her first initiation to Atlantis. So during the next 3 days, the memory of past incarnations returned to me, right back to my first initiation in Atlantis. It was a practically unbroken record of temple work, save my last incarnation, which was most lurid, and into which I seemed to pack all the experiences I had foregone during the rest of my evolution. Now it is quite a simple matter for anyone to equip themselves with a series of egotistical fantasies by way of past lives. But in my case, I got back not only the memory of initiations and temple lives, but also the memory of the teaching I had received during those lives. Wow. Wow. But also the memory of the teaching I had received during those lives. The ancient wisdom is a very intricate and elaborate philosophy and science, and I defy anyone to think it out for themselves in the course of a few days without any previous study on the subject, right? She said, you don't like it, you do it. You don't like what I'm talking about, you don't believe what I'm saying, you don't understand any of this, you deny it. Well, you do it better. The ancient wisdom is a very intricate and elaborate philosophy and science, and I defy anyone to think it out for themselves in the course of a few days without any previous study on the subject. Therefore, I regard the fact that I have never had to work for my knowledge of occultism, check, but have recovered it. not even piecemeal, but in the mass, from memory, as strong evidence in favor of reincarnation. Wow. Trey Kage says she continued the work she was always working on. Exactly. Exactly. Starline says, bro, this just shows me I'm still behind, still wrestling intrusive sexual thoughts, like Jacob wrestling the angel. I'm fighting sex and shake my head still at the same shit. Always this teacher. Yeah, so you gotta really perceive on what level is this battle actually taking place, right? And what is the fight? Who and what are you fighting? Are you fighting the sexual thoughts? Because if that's the case, then you know you're going to lose that battle. You got to understand, what are you? What are you? Physical body is a beast. It's an animal. It's a mammal. It's a physical body and it has sex hormones pumping through it. What's that mean? It means that no matter what you do, there will be sexual thoughts, no matter what you do. So you can't stop the biology. Or you can, but that probably wouldn't be the best way to do things. The biology is always going to be there. So what that means now is you've got to either continue identifying with the animal body and going through that cycle, or maybe understanding this question: who or what is perceiving these thoughts? Who or what is perceiving this experience in this animal body? Who's perceiving the effects of the hormones? Who's perceiving the effects of social media? Who's perceiving all this, right? When you go through that process, you'll see that maybe, just maybe, there's more to you than a horny animal. Obviously, that's not against you specifically. That's for all of us in this experience, right? Most of the issues that we say that we're struggling against belong to the animal body and the animal experience. And if they don't belong to the animal, then they belong to the ego, which is what we built to survive amongst each other in society. So those are two completely different minds. There's an animal mind and there's an egregore called culture. Again, what is observing those things? Who or what is observing those two creatures? And if you think about what's observing those creatures, is the observer struggling sexual thoughts? Is the observer struggling to fit in with society? Does the observer have any enemies? Does the observer have something trying to kill it, fight it, stop it, break it? What are you identifying? That realization alone will start to set you down a path of figuring out a solution. Check. Or does that sound delulu, impossible? He's making shit up like the other YouTubers and Instagrammers and TikTokers. Very good. Coop TGS says observing elementals, right? Who are you? What are you identifying as? Monkey mind? Valara says Don Juan was trying to teach Carlos Castaneda this. To me, it becomes self-evident. Once you start expanding your awareness of what reality is, you begin to see the bigger picture. And if you're not seeing a bigger picture, then you're not expanding, right? When you start to expand, you start to see some of the same recurring patterns. It's not about right or wrong. It's about a system. It's a system. It's a system. Why don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide? I cry when angels deserve to die. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. brush, put on a little makeup. During the next we talked about that reincarnation, right? So she was able to recall her past lives, right? Over 3 days, she started to regain the memory of her past incarnations, and not just like, oh, I was initiated into a temple. Oh, look, I was a farmer. Oh, look, I was this. Remember what I said about that big picture? It's a natural part of this spiritual practice that the more you expand, the more you're able to see, until you hit a doth experience. I talked about this before. What doth represent is when you expand so big, the frame breaks and you have no choice but to see things differently, and you can't go back. That is a doth experience. You may have had one in the past. There will be many more ahead of you, especially if you continue down this journey. You're going to have a lot of them. And at each one, you're going to have the choice to stop moving forward. Like the dude from The Matrix. What's his name? We don't even speak his name around here. But the more that you expand, the more pieces of the puzzle you see until the frame breaks. I'm trying to think of a good metaphor for that. I want to say Katamari Damacy, or even the game Spore. Anybody ever played that game Spore? I'm pretty sure it was called Spore, where you started out as like a germ or something, and you kept eating other creatures, and then like you evolved into something bigger. Like, so you became like a worm, and you kept eating other worms, and you expanded, and you became a fish, and like you're swimming around trying not to get eaten. Then you eat another fish, and you become even bigger, right? And you keep evolving into bigger creatures. Well, one of the cool things I liked about that game is the background always looked kind of abstract. Like you think that you're seeing like floating shapes that are blurry. But the truth is, every time you expanded to a new creature, right? Like when the worm finally became a fish, then you realize those weren't just floating shapes in the background. Those were creatures that were so large you couldn't perceive them. So when you expand, you see, oh shit, those were other fishes floating around. And you expand some more and you see, oh, the stuff in the background, those are actually things that I couldn't see when I was smaller. A doth experience is like that. You keep seeing a bunch of things, different angles of the picture until it becomes a completely new picture. Right, you gotta show yourself who was the high now. Pimp, nasty, funky pimp, stanky chick. Rosa Flame says, and she also didn't pay some person for past life readings. Right. She sat down and did the work. And if you were paying attention to previously, this all didn't happen in one day. She inflamed herself with passion. She was throwing it back. She went berserk. She went in. She dedicated all of her energy and turned it up to 10. She dedicated all of her energy, focus, attention, and passion to connecting with the Ascended Masters. There was no distractions. There was nothing else more important than her work. And she tapped in. And she began to tap into things that she wasn't looking for, right? Fat Tony says, I'm on that. That's what it takes. It's so easy to have acid, and it's easy to get distracted, right? And not even saying that distraction, all of us go through it. But at the end of the day, if you really have turned it all the way up to 10, one little distraction, two little distractions aren't going to throw you off course, right? Even a day of distraction ain't going to throw you off course because you're dedicated. Focus, man. Now, we just in the introduction, we didn't even get to the book yet. But she's setting up the mental background, the picture of what led her to this point of receiving this information. Alchemy Gold says, tapped directly into the Akashic records. And anyone can do it. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, what we have read so far has me thinking about what kind of momentum I've built up so far in this experience. Yes, sir. And that is one of the unspoken, quiet themes of this whole book about momentum. If you recall from last time, isn't this entire text about momentum? It's about the momentum from we can say from the Big Bang all the way to where we are now. It's about the unbroken momentum. How one motion never ends. It continues and it expands and it multiplies. And that's your life. That's everything. Beautiful stuff. Louis says she's setting the scenery. Exactly. WT. Welcome, welcome, my friend. Peace. Hope you're doing well tonight. And all week, and all month, and all year. Alchemy Gold says, I believe that they had more time and proper diet back then. I'm sure. But what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? I like that line. Therefore, I regard the fact that I have never had to work for my knowledge of occultism, but have recovered it, not even piecemeal, but in the mass from memory, as strong evidence in favor of reincarnation. And that makes me think also, because we're talking about momentum, we're talking about the unbroken chain of experience. It's possible for you to tap into your past lives because they're a part of your unbroken chain of experience. Just like how this book is about the beginning of time, pushing forward and evolving forever, like it's never been a break. That should tell you also about death or anything. You're still connected to your cosmic history, right? So your cosmic heritage. Don't be small-minded. We're not talking about, oh, we was kings and we wore gold and we built pyramids. I'm talking about even deeper than all that, because that stuff pales in comparison to the actual truth. We're talking pre-human here. Pre-human, prehistoric, primordial, cosmic. Your history and what you actually are goes all the way back to the original. Not the original man and original woman, the original life. You're still connected to it. You never were separated. So when we talk about God, Spirit, Shiva, Shakti, Purusha, whatever name and title we give to these things, you must understand that you're still talking about yourself. It's still you. It's still you. Do you understand that? Because people are like, oh, God is me. I'm God. It's all within. It's all within. Knowing damn well that phrase don't mean anything. You don't understand it. You got to really look and trace yourself back. It's an unbroken. It's just like if you watch a series, a television show, episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, season finale, then the next episode, and next thing you know, you're 5 seasons deep, and all these different things happen with the characters, plot twists, ups and downs, people died, people were born, relationships, but it's all connected to episode 1. It's never separated. Each and every one of us here are continuations of God. There was no beginning of us. This is the next episode. You are literally still connected to God, or whatever you want to call that thing. That's what this book taught me. I should say that's what that book showed me irrefutably. Irrefutably. And just like she tapped into these past lives, you can tap into anything. See, you're not like a superhero that has a power. Oh, I can run fast. Oh, I can fly and shoot laser beams. You have all of it. All of it. Man. Who's listening to me? Who hears what the hell I just said? Who hears what I just said? Not with your outer ear, with the inner ear. Who heard what the fuck I just said? Somebody needs some milk. That's all right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll get it when it's time. Big dog. You'll get it when it's time, big dog. Somebody needs some milk. All right, where were we at? Arriving at this experience without any previous study for the subject, I have been greatly interested to note the extent to which my experiences have been confirmed by subsequent reading. Confirmed by what she read afterwards. I was particularly interested in Dr. Buck's book on cosmic consciousness, which was quite unknown to me at the time, and also in Dr. Besant's writings on the way to the Masters of Wisdom. Witchy crafter, peace and greetings, twin. It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you, left without a dope beat. Step two, step two, step two. Love you, Kristen. Hope you're having a wonderful life. I know you are. Peace, peace, and greetings to you. Good to see you. You light up my heart. You are the wind beneath my wings. It was very heartening to me to find that I, traveling alone and in ignorance, had struck and followed the well-beaten track. And this gave confirmation to my belief that my experiences, though subjective, had relation to objective fact and were not of a purely arbitrary nature. Check that out, right? Especially if you're somebody who doubts yourself and you're having these experiences, these visions, and you're like, oh, well, I just made that up. Maybe that just, was a dream or a fantasy. Look at that. It was very heartening to me to find that I, traveling alone and in ignorance, she was traveling alone, no teacher, no guide, and she was in ignorance, right? And look at what Trey Kage said. Early 1900s, by the way, right? Had struck and followed the well-beaten track. She somehow stumbled upon it, just like you all stumbled upon occult teachings, right? You stumbled upon whoever got you into this, your Bobby Hemmett, Brother Panic, whatever. So many different doors to get here, and you just happened to stumble upon it, right? And this gave confirmation to my belief, check this line out, that my experiences, though subjective, right, had relation to objective fact and were not of a purely arbitrary nature. How many times did you get a vision or a thought or something and you dismissed it, and then it turned out, oh snap, hey, I thought about that. Hey, this entered my mind before. How many times have you doubted your own ability? Somebody. Quite a few. Starline says, confirmation. I knew it was me who manifested that green comet shooting star. Eggs black. Eggs black. And I know you ain't lying, because I done that before. I done it before. Bobby Hemmett talked about doing that once. Okay. To distinguish between subjective and objective phenomena is a delicate task, especially when it is recalled that all experience, philosophically speaking, is subjective. Let's pause right there. Check that out. To distinguish between subjective and objective phenomena is a delicate task, especially when it's recalled that all experience, philosophically speaking, is subjective, right? So even the stuff that you go through in life with everybody, even that is subjective. Think about it. You walk into the groceries, hell, you, Star Lion, say you're driving, right? And you see a green comet in the sky, and you associate it with something that you said. All of that is subjective. Are you driving in the car? Are you looking up? Is it a green comet? Like, everything that's happening in our perception is also subjective. The stuff that you see, hear, smell, taste, touch. The five senses purely detect raw data. After that, after the raw data, is subjective. You said somebody gave you a mean look, a dirty look, a seductive look. All that's subjective because nobody gave you that look. That's an interpretation in your head. Can I get a hug? Where my hug at, girl? Can I get a hug? Anyways. So, that's potent right there. You could take that and create change within your reality automatically, systematically. Everything is subjective. We ought, more strictly speaking, to distinguish between that experience which begins and ends within the self and that which receives its stimulus from the not self. That's the power. Let me read it again, because before we read the whole thing together, right? To distinguish between subjective and objective phenomena is a delicate task, especially when it is recalled that all experience, philosophically speaking, is subjective. We ought, more strictly speaking, to distinguish between that experience which begins and ends within the self and that which receives its stimulus from the not self. So that which begins and ends within yourself or the self, and that which receives its stimulus from the not self. And we have to remember that any given experience not only may, but is bound to have both elements in its composition. For the objective must always be interpreted in terms of the subjective in order to be comprehensible. I have therefore refrained from attempting any explanation of my dream, vision, hallucination, or experience, whichever it may be, because I, being the subject, am the last person to be able to form a just estimate. Follow where are we going with this so far? She pouring on some habanero chipotle ghost pepper seasoning with this. I have merely recorded it as it appeared to me, though I ask my readers to believe that I am not so naive as to think that what I perceived was an actual representation of what occurred. For how can a consciousness habituated to form, right? That's her mind. How, or yours too, how can a consciousness habituated to form, right? It's used to form. Your consciousness is so used to form. That's how you interpret reality. In your thoughts, you're used to form. If you want to visualize or conceptualize something, you create a form. That's how you're used to living, breathing, and thinking. How can a consciousness habituated to form produce a simulacrum of that which has no form? How can you, who are addicted to experience within form, how can you produce something in your conception that doesn't have a form? How, Sway? It has to rely on images already stored in its memory to produce a symbolic equivalent. It can approach no closer than this. God, man, that right there. So important, extremely important to understand if you're somebody who has visions, if you're somebody who does have psychic ability, if you do receive intuition, if you're actually tapped in, right? You're not somebody who's here for fun, and you like to wear spirituality as so people can think that you're deep. Not y'all. For those of y'all who are actually doing this, you got to know, got to understand this, right? You, in your human experience, are addicted to form. So with that being said, right? That being said, if you want to have an experience of the formless, you know damn well the first thing you do is give it a form. That's why in the beginning of this book study I asked when you a couple years ago, if I were to ask you to picture God, you would picture possibly an old white man with a long white beard, white robes, sitting on a gold throne, surrounded by angels, right? That would be the image that you create to conceptualize something that has no form. And today the image might be different, but you're still doing the same thing. See, it's not the content that matters as much as the context. And the context of the situation is that you're trying to give a form to the formless. That's what we do as a human mind. So all that being said, this implies that there's a different way to do things. You follow? Now, if we know that's how the mind works, we also know that it has to rely on images already stored in the memory to reproduce or to produce a symbolic equivalent. That's where the illusion comes in. That's your illusion. That's your veil of Maya. When I mentioned the example of an old white man with a long white beard and a white robe, you didn't make that up. Somebody gave that to you. Somebody gave that to you. You learned that you picked that up from somewhere. No matter what you are visualizing as God or as angels or as demons, you never saw one, so you have to rely on something that you did see. And if it wasn't church, it was a movie. If I say the word magic, first thing you're probably going to think of is Harry Potter or a card game or a video game experience, right? Now, since that's how the human mind works, at no point did I say any of this is good or bad, right or wrong. This is just the machinery. If that's the case, then it would behoove you to take full advantage of that and arrange the symbols in a way that serves you. And to keep in mind always that nothing you see is what it is. And as an extreme side note, I don't want to get too deep into the AI stuff, but it is my belief that this is what AI is going to be doing to us very soon. It's going to be complete. It's going to force us to realize that nothing that we experience is what it actually looks like. That all of our experience is subjective. Not just what we say on our phones, but all of our experience is subjective. I think that AI is going to force people to see that. And in that respect, it is the most beautiful gift that the human race can have right now. Because you got to think of the opposite. How many people in your life are so addicted to form and believing things at face value that it literally cripples them? You know, someone who suffers from anxiety? What is anxiety? It's when you're visualizing something in your head, the worst thing, and you believe in it as if it's happening right now. Literally cripple yourself. Man, we can go all kind of ways with that. We ain't even hit chapter 1 yet. This is some funny shit, man. Oy vey. Starline says, mofos can't get past skin color and see the spirit within. Don't stop there. Mofos can't see past skin color, can't see past gender, can't see past political affiliation, can't see past anything, man. But because this is how the brain works, the human mind works. We see a label, and the label has a story attached to it, and we allow that to be reality. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. We allow that to be reality. So the sickness, the pathology here, like I said, is being addicted to that, not challenging it, not reframing it, not just accepting everything. That's the illusion. That's the matrix. That's being blind, being asleep, being an NPC. That's what that is. Nothing that you see, hear, smell, taste, touch is what it is. That shouldn't be scary. That should be liberating. That should free you. Because when I say nothing is what it is, what it seems, that includes you too. That includes you too. You've been operating off of a lie. Right? Because what's your origin story? Oh, I was born in 19 such and such. My mama, my daddy, we went through this, we did that, and I became this, and I went through that, and now I'm here. Right? That's not even the whole story. That's untrue, because that's only an episode of the longest running series in existence. That's just the last episode, the latest episode. You're not including what happened before that, and before that, and before that, and before that. And the trick is, your history and the story that you tell yourself, it determines what you're capable of right now. I don't believe that my origin is down South Georgia, raised by such and such, moved to such and such. I don't believe that my origin is, oh, we came from slaves and we was chained up and whipped and beaten, forced to do this, that. That's not my beginning. Because if that's your beginning, that's going to dictate your today. My beginning ain't even, oh, we was kings in Kemet. And we used to lift up heavy rocks to build the pyramids. That's not even my beginning, man. You got to keep going. And when you keep going, just like pretend that you kept going and you found a different origin. How would that affect your today? Like, how would that affect your reality if you had a different origin? I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. You got to play with this stuff, man. That's how you unlock yourself. That's why I keep talking about this book, Liber Null and Psychonaut. Let me grab it real quick. That's why I keep mentioning this book, right? Liber Null and Psychonaut. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Because one of the first chapters in this book, it gives you full exercises on how to loosen up that strict-ass mind of yours, identity, and what you believe reality is. It gives you exercises to play with concepts, to pretend that you're something else, and experience what life would be like as a Chinese farmer in 1773. What kind of beliefs and problems and benefits would you have? And do that with as many different types of experiences as possible. Find the similarities instead of the differences. Liber Null, Psychonaut. If you don't got it, get it. If you don't got it, get it. Don't know, now you know. Coop TGS says, negative people always say you got to be realistic. Yeah, I had a parent that said that. I'm a realist. Well, I'm not. How about that? Let people do what the fuck they do. Because it's not even about nobody else. They damn near don't exist, to be honest. Nobody else exists, to be honest. It's just you. It's just you. So let people remember your new guru, right? The Lord of Compassion. Learn from this master teacher. Not puppy dog eyes and rosy red cheeks. The Lord of compassion. Jesus. Lord Jesus. Let them folks do what they do. It's about you. It is not your responsibility to save anybody. Fuck them. Because what you'll realize eventually is that this system is perfect. It is so perfect. It is beautiful. It is exactly the way it's supposed to be. Nobody needs saving. Nobody needs to be saved. They don't need to. You're lying to yourself. Anybody who's trying to save anybody else, you're lying to yourself. You're playing a game that you always lose. You burning up your own energy, trying to unlock the chains of somebody who's gonna turn around and snap them chains right back. Wild. Louis says, no beginning and no ending, just always was. Yes, right? That's precisely it. And that's difficult to accept off the bat. So what I found is run your conception through multiple perspectives. And if you keep running through so many various perspectives, you're inevitably going to come to the conclusion that there is no beginning or ending. And I'm literally not anything. I don't exist. I said they don't exist. Shit, I don't exist either. And that's not a scary thing. That's a liberating thing. You are free. You imprison yourself, which is again why you can't save nobody. We all are imprisoned by choice. And it's also mercy, because that imprisonment is like an eggshell. It is holding us in containment so that we can fully develop. You only break the shell when you're ready. Ain't no chickens popping out that shell before they're fully formed. Hell, they don't have a beak to break out the shell with. You did. You did. Coop TGS says facts, even if it's a small shift. What if you weren't experiencing the problem you're dealing with? Not to ignore it, but just to feel and see differently. Right. You know, it's people that have what you would consider less problems, smaller problems, and they suffering. There's people that have problems that you could easily solve, and they suffering bad. It's people with a heavier load on their mind that are winning right now. It's people dealing with the weight of the damn world on their backs, and they're winning right now. It's all perspective, man. It's all perspective. World leaders, man. World leaders. I don't have any fucking favor or dislike towards any of them. It doesn't matter. But you got to think the type of shit they got to deal with. They know how stupid the common human being is. They know, and they still have to make decisions, right? They have to weigh in the balance all these people's opinions and their reactions, right? You got to think about, there's different positions in this world that have to deal with shit that you would crumble under the pressure. And likewise, there's other people who are dealing with some stuff that you could blink your eyes and fix. And then you come back to your problems, right? You come back to your personal problems. Everything is as it needs to be. Louis says, Philip Cooper said, ignore the facts for a reason. Right, not to be delusional, but to expand the awareness. Jack Tony says, 2 tears in a bucket. Magic Marcel, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. It popped into my head the other night. Zero says, yeah, and we don't exist, and any suffering too. And maybe a better way to say it is that the suffering is subjective, right? Because it does exist, right? We feel the pain, we feel the pleasure, but it's subjective. We are defining that experience. We're taking the context and we're expanding upon it. We give it meaning. We can suffer off of something that nothing causes suffering but us. That monk sat down in the middle of the road, set himself on fire, and burned to a crisp. He didn't need no shoes or nothing. Pain tolerance, right? People have different pain tolerance. It's subjective. All right, let's get back to this text now. How long has it been? An hour and a half? All right, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Nate 5000, peace. Benjamin 37, peace and greetings. Now I understand your profile picture. Now I understand. I am that I am. Trav dropped rare wisdom per usual. I got to do it like I'm used to it. Loving the book study per usual. I'm glad. Great time to be alive. Okay, back to it, right? Back to it. So, oh yeah. I should fucking highlight that. Where's my damn highlighter at? Where's my blessed highlighter at? You gotta fight for your right to party. We got stars directing our fate, and we're praying it's not too late. 'Cause we know we're falling from grace, millennium. It's like a jungle sometimes. Come and have a go if you think you are hard enough. Pause. Millennium. All right. Had my experiences ended with this vision, I should have accounted them purely subjective, though I should not have valued them the less for that reason. But from that time onwards, the circumstances of my life were entirely changed. I seemed to have passed within the veil and never to return again to mundane life. There comes a point in your spiritual journey, in your spiritual evolution, where you realize that you crossed that veil and you cannot go back. You cannot go back. That crossing of the veil. And it's characterized by, you start to see all these different pieces of the puzzle, and you shift into a completely new understanding, seeing the bigger picture. So that's a telltale sign that you are moving forward on this path, is that you're seeing more of the picture to the point that you can't go back. And I want to stress also, it's not content, it's context. So yes, you're going to see more content, but advancement on the path doesn't mean that you have a bunch of content to spew at somebody, right? Because we know people like that. They know a bunch of shit to tell you, but they don't understand. There's a difference. Having information does not mean that you're advanced or enlightened. Having a bunch of information does not mean that you're advanced or enlightened. What should be happening is that you shift from being content focused to context focused. What that means is you see so much content that you see the entire context of it and you shift out of it. You understand that? So it's like this. It's like this. Say, for example, I don't know, politics. You might be on one side. You say, oh, my side is the best side, and we're always right, and the other guy is always wrong. The enemy, the opponent, they're always wrong. They're terrible people. They're bad people. They deserve death, right? But then you expand and you realize that on the other side, they're saying the same exact shit as y'all. They're both saying the same exact shit. You expand some more and you see, whoa, all the different categories are saying the same shit. And then what should happen is something should click, and you should expand out of that content and look down at the context and say, look, this is the context. These people are segmented based on their desires and their fears. They're segmented based on their pains and their pleasures. They're in little groups, but ultimately they're all the same. They're doing the same thing. They just resonate more with this group or with that group, but none of them are actually different. Not actually. So look, you shifted out of the content into the context. So at that point, when you're shifted, how can you choose one over the other if they're all the same? Not only that, but you realize, whoa, they're not even seeing the whole picture. I can see the whole picture. I can't choose one because there's no winners or no losers here. It's a game. At that point, now you can play the game. Now you can shift the pieces. You think the people that run these different groups, you think that they really believe what they say like you believe what they say? No. They use it as a tool because it works. This is how the world works. So just like what she's saying here, you shift out of the content, or what my interpretation of what she's saying here, you shift out of the content and you can see the context of the structure. My team versus your team, right? It's just like football, basketball, baseball, whatever. My team's the best, your team sucks. They're all the same. It's all the same. And they don't exist separately, right? Your favorite basketball team doesn't exist in a vacuum. They exist within the collection of basketball teams. If there weren't multiple teams, your team wouldn't exist. If there wasn't one political party, the rest wouldn't exist, right? Everything, there's content that belongs in a context. There's words that are arranged in a paragraph. So when you move out of the words and look down at the paragraph, you have shifted, right? You've crossed that veil and you can't go back, right? And it doesn't stop there because you realize, whoa, there's multiple paragraphs here. This is a page. So you done shifted out of word, looking down at paragraph. You done shifted out of paragraph, looking down at page. Then you realize, whoa, there's multiple pages in this book. And you shift again and you see, whoa, this is a book. This is a book. It's not a page. It's not a paragraph. It's not a word, right? And you keep shifting. That's what it looks like to cross Doth. That's what it actually looks like, spirit. You're not just becoming a better word. You're not becoming a better paragraph. Do you see what I'm saying? This is like when Brother Panic used to talk about, you're not here to create a better economic plan for Black people. You're not here to make the illusion better. You're here to understand it. And liberation is when you expand out of it. What do I look like being a word here trying to wake up the other words? They're doing their job. They're doing what they're supposed to do. What do I look like being a paragraph, participating in a war, a paragraph war, or page war? My page better than your page. What kind of dumb shit is that? What kind of dumb shit is that when you come to the understanding that this is a book and each page belongs here. Each paragraph belongs here. Is this making sense? So I'm saying, if this is making sense, you understand what I'm saying, then your next step is to look at your life and see where this is happening. Look at your life and see where you believe that you are a word amongst other words. Look at your life where you see that you're a paragraph amongst paragraphs. Because every one of y'all here believes that you're better than somebody, right? I want you to look at that and see where this might be happening, right? Oh, I'm better than Christians because I know better. Well, could it be that you just a paragraph looking at another paragraph and y'all still on the same page? We got to fight the so-called this, that, and the Illuminati, and we got to do this with these people, and oh, these people are doing that. Could it be that you're just running a program, not realizing that you are within a system? I digress. Somebody must have left the live stream when I said that about politics, boy. Somebody must have logged off. You don't understand. My political party. No. See, this is where I draw the line, Trev. My political party knows better than the others. See, this politics, this is deeper than your little occult stuff, right? This is deeper than your little occult fantasy, your little magic, right? The president is talking about, this is deeper than your little occult shit, right? You don't understand. You just don't get it. I'm standing on business. You're not clocking it. It's not registering. I'm standing on business. Oy vey. My life was entirely changed. I seem to have passed within the veil and never to return again to mundane life. There are no enemies. Even that realization should set you free, because then you're going to go back into the world. You're going to see other people playing the game, proudly playing the game. To tell the full story of the training that led to the power to bring through the teaching contained in these pages would take too long. Moreover, there are parts of it of which I am not at liberty to speak. I may say this, however, that after the experience I have narrated, I found that certain powers had awakened within my soul. Certain capacities have been added to consciousness, and that although I have never again had such a transcendent vision as the meeting with the masters on the mountain, I found that I began to receive or conceive ideas such as had never come to me before, that formulated themselves in my mind as clearly as if a voice had spoken. At first, I could only obtain fragments of teaching in this way. But with practice, the power increased, and it seemed as if information on any subject, even those with which I was quite unacquainted, could be obtained by this method. The process seemed to be exactly the same as that of telepathy, but the communicators gave me to understand that they did not possess physical bodies, but were discarnate minds, which had advanced beyond the stage of evolution, which is conducted in matter. In matter. In matter. I would imagine that if you engaged in a relationship with a telepathic entity, you would, as a byproduct, develop telepathic faculties, right? Just makes sense. The same way that if you develop a relationship with someone who speaks Spanish, you're going to naturally develop at least some competency of the language. Now, while we're here, take a quick break. Real quick. First manifestation, we did that. We did Millennium. What is this chapter called? This one is Introduction by Dion Fortune. Yeah, okay, so we're still on the Introduction by Dion Fortune. Cool. All right, be right back. Don't go anywhere. Or go somewhere. Your gain, your loss. Hit the like button. Yang in this thing. Yin yang in this thing. Al Dickey, that's my real name. Why don't you kick him out? His name is Al Dickey. That's my real name. Oh man. Never forget. Never forget. That dude tried to come for Al Dickey over his name. What we cooking up tonight? What we cooking up tonight? Got the smoker running. Oh man, I stepped outside earlier today, and it was like that beautiful time where like the sun's going down. You know, the sky's kind of like orangey purpley, or I should say orangey pink, and like there was like the cool breeze going. I could smell in the distance somebody had the grill on. Very nice, very nice. A little bit of smoke. Black tourmaline. Oh snap. We normally don't have you on a live stream, my friend. It's usually the afterwards. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Glad you can make a live. Kebros, SS God, peace, peace. Ace says, I'm back to learning how to master homemade lattes, coffee, and matcha. I gave up, but I'm back at it with all the tools. Espresso maker and all. Y'all send support and knowing I will master recipes. Awesome, awesome. I think you said orders from Panda Express today. Hey, all good, all good. Okay, back to it. Back to it. Golden hour, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Zero says, how I remember that day. You were there for that. I don't remember how long ago it was. I don't. Okay. So I have never again met face to face either of the two great entities of whom I had the vision. Those who communicated gave me to understand that they were lesser masters under the jurisdiction of the Most Wise, Lord of the Blu-ray, a ruler of Hermetic wisdom. Whether they were what they purported to be, or whether they were dissociated complexes of my own subconscious mind, I cannot tell. But I accept them as a working hypothesis because I find that by utilizing them, I can get results which I can obtain in no other way. Now, I highlighted that for a very specific reason. Why do you think that is? She's talking about these ascended masters that she met, and they changed her life. They most definitely changed her life from that day forward. Things were absolutely different. Absolutely different. And what she's saying here is, look, whether these were actual ascended masters who I came in contact with, or they're just dissociated complexes of my own subconscious mind, I can't tell you, right? I can't tell you that. I can't tell you if it was ascended masters or dissociated complex of my subconscious mind. In fact, that don't even fucking matter. That doesn't even matter. And I know it's a lot of people listening who would have an experience like that, and this little decision here would block you because you'd be like, oh, was it real or was it just my mind? Or was it real or was it just my mind? Well, if it's just my mind, then it's not real. Or if it's really real, then maybe I'm a chosen one, or maybe this, you know what I'm saying? Like, you get focused on the wrong thing. It doesn't matter. Not only on the previous page, we just talked about the fact that if your mind can't conceive, if your mind works in terms of form, how can you conceive something that doesn't have a form? Everything is subjective. We just went through that. But furthermore, look at this. I accept them as a working hypothesis. I accept them as a working hypothesis. Why? Because I find that by utilizing them, I can get results. That's it right there. Drop the pen. That's it. And not only can I get results, I can get results which I can't get any other way. I can't get results any other way, right? So while you're trying to sit here and decide, was it real? Did they really contact me? Or maybe it was just my imagination. What you're really doing is using that as an excuse to not do the work. That's what you're doing. She says, I find that by utilizing them. That implies that she had to go past this question and keep it moving and keep doing the work. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. If they actually took her up to the Himalayas and spoke with her, or if her subconscious mind brought that up, the fact is, it's working. And it's the only thing that works in this particular scenario. That is the key right there. Remember that the next time you are at that fork in the road. Is it real? I don't know if it's real. Maybe I'm making it up. Doesn't matter. Keep going. Are you getting results? Are you getting results that you can't get otherwise? Reality is subjective. This is an illusion. So how dare you sit here and try to how dare you try to decide if something is useful and appropriate based on the fact that it is real or not. You're procrastinating. You're playing. You're not serious. Pure Peace Zone says hypothesis, a statement that the scientist operates as if it was true, and by doing so, tests its validity. Big facts. Act as if it were true. Then if you get results in alignment with that, you have some very strong evidence for it actually being true. Coop TGS says, fuck, because do it work. That's it. That's it. That's it. Zero says, you have total right, Trav. It doesn't matter. If it works, it's perfect. Context over content. Coop TGS says, don't try to validate your experience to a fundamentalist, materialist mindset. Right, once again, it's not about saving folks. It's not about sharing your experience with somebody who doesn't have any relation to this. We've all been there. That's one of the main reasons why I made a YouTube. Because I spent so much damn time talking to people who didn't care. Oh my, you guys, did you know that this means that? This da 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 da. Whole time, these motherfuckers want to rap over the beats that I made. They're listening to me yap just so they can rap over the damn beats and use my studio, right? Don't sit here and try to break this stuff down to somebody who doesn't care and doesn't have the resources to care. It's yours to work on your development. Sit here explaining the the Kabbalistic structure, Kabbalistic breakdown. Oh damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, you got any beats that you ain't got no vocals on yet? You got any beats? Let me hit that Black and Mild real quick. You got an extra beer? These communications were not obtained by means of trance, as that word is usually understood. My mind is not made a blank, nor is my will in abeyance, but by means of intense concentration on the plane of consciousness on which I wish to function. I shut out the sensations coming into consciousness through the 5 physical senses and become aware of nothing but the entity whose messages I undertake to bring through. She's telling you how to channel. She's telling you how to channel. Have you ever heard the concept of dhyana? D-H-Y-A-N-A? Dhyana? She just described it to you right there. She just described it to you. Actually, be that right there. She says, I wonder if your subconscious feeds you symbols based on what and how you may best understand if you open yourself up to interpret them. That's it. That's exactly it. And see, there's something really powerful if you sit with that and think about it for a minute. Because if your subconscious mind is delivering up to you symbols that you understand, wouldn't that mean that if you improved your library of correspondences, you would improve the conversation? Wouldn't that mean that if you got more intricate with the symbols and your understanding of them, if you upgraded that, your life would upgrade to match the language that your subconscious is trying to... Yep, man. Somebody got it. Somebody got it. That's all I can say. You building a reality out of Lego blocks. That's cool, right? You can build Lego stuff. But what happens when you upgrade the tools, right? What happens if you start actually using, I don't know, concrete, rebar, steel, bricks and mortar? The structure of what you're building is going to be different. If you know Lego language, then you're going to get a Lego conversation, and that's great, right? I've seen some amazing things built with Legos. Now, if you're dealing with concrete and steel, you're going to get some different structures. Pure Peace Zone says, for real, I sometimes think so highly of other people that I don't have the discrimination to know when other people aren't ready for the knowledge, even though I know they need it. And hey, I understand, I do. And I want you to analyze that last part, even though I know they need it. Do you know they need it? How do you know that they need it? Do they need it? Or is that a projection from your perspective? There are no enemies, and the world is perfect. I want to know where the gold at. Al-Diki said, good example of when prophets get revelation, the angels come in human form, and that's something that they are familiar with, a human form. Bingo. Bingo. I keep saying, build your library of correspondences for a reason, because if that's the language that your subconscious mind uses, your communication is limited to what you have. And she said a few pages ago, what did she say a few pages ago? I'm taking it slow because, man, this in itself is deep enough. She said that, how can a consciousness habituated to form produce a simulacrum of that which has no form? It has to rely on the images already stored in its memory to produce a symbolic equivalent. It can approach no closer to this. And look, God sends angels because that's as close as we can get. That's as close as we can. It's us that makes the angels. It's us that creates the angels. Because we can't see God. We need to see a shape, a form. Golly. Golly. Pure Peace Zone says, I know because the ignorance is spewing out of their face hole. That's their job. That's what they are here to do, is to spew that ignorance. And they are doing a better job than you ever could. They think that you need help to get on their level. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. And that's why it's perfect. That's why it's perfect. That feeling that you have inside to help them, that love that is bubbled up, you used them as a trigger to feel that, as a trigger to experience that love inside of you, that urge that pushes you to want to do something. But the key is to take that feeling and feel it, to feel it and still give it to them. Not in a way that you think that they need, but just as it is. Just as it is. Sometimes that includes leaving them the hell alone. Sometimes that means having communication on their level or on subject matters that they're familiar with. Sometimes that means don't do nothing but just observe. If you are God, then there is nobody to save. If you are pure consciousness, there is nothing to fix. Prakriti is beautiful and perfect the way she is. Like, there's nothing to change about Prakriti. There is nothing to change about Shakti. Do you see Shiva trying to change Shakti? He lets her dance and do what the hell she want to do. What's Shiva doing? He is meditating. He is in the zone. She doing what she got to do, and he's doing what he got to do. And they are the primordial pair, the divine masculine, divine feminine. He's not trying to control her and put her in her place and ask her what she bringing to the table and all this other stuff. What does Shakti bring to the table? You gonna throw it back for a real G? You gonna go berserk on this lingam? No. He is so focused on. He's just focused, period. What you gonna do for a Shiva? What you bring it to the table? I am the table. You are Shiva, and the existence is Shakti. Well, this is some illusion destroying information, huh? This is some illusion dissolving information, some veil shattering information. I tell you what. Louis says, take truthers for an example. They think they're supposed to wake people up. You can't. You can't. Who you gonna wake up, man? Who woke you up? Nobody woke you up. You came into a realization. Once you had all the content pieces together, you expanded into a new realization. Good stuff, man. What you gonna do for Big Shiva? Trippy says, thank you, Trav. I really needed to hear that. Remember, a lot of time when I speak, I'm the one who actually needs to hear it. Thanks for the key, real. Yeah, and as usual, this is not like me at you. I'm just speaking. I'm riffing off of the concepts that are presented. Humble facts about Prakriti, primordial pair. Must Jesus bear, cosmic entity. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. What you gonna do for this lingam? TJ said it's the tip of the iceberg. Right. We didn't even get into it. I'm just giving these introductions their due diligence. That's all. I'm giving these intros the due diligence. That's a wild profile picture, man. Ashley B says, facts. I felt that way for a while now and find beauty in that. But I have to remind myself that I can't tell 99% of people things are perfect as it is. They would absolutely freak out. Facts. But, when you raise up on these levels, it's a solo journey. No one else is doing the work that you're doing. So when you start reaching these higher levels, you will see very clearly that you're the only one doing that work. Now, hey, you know what I'm saying? And again, not you. I'm just speaking in general. If you find that it gets lonely up in these levels, well, that's a sign that's pointing to your that attachment to humanity. But yeah, ain't too many people you can talk to about this information. Pure Peace Zone says exactly. Nobody could have woken me up but me and the Creator. So why do I feel compelled to worry about waking others? Very real. Zero says, one time Sadhguru said, if your exterior is miserable, you can look if you are too. But inside you will always be joyful if you experience life truly. Absolutely, right? If your external world is miserable, that means you're miserable. But if the external world is beautiful, guess what? You're beautiful. Magic Marcel says, bro said, what you gonna do for this Lego? Oh, man. Throw it back for a real Shiva. Ambient Esoterica, peace and greetings. Ambient Esoterica, if I haven't said it out loud on a live stream, I love your music. I'm a big fan of the work that you put out on your channel. Big fan. I'm so happy whenever my YouTube playlist brings up one of your songs. I always run it back. Always run it back. So hell, if you're interested in some, I don't even know how to describe it, ambient esoteric style tunes, I suggest checking out Ambient Esoteric's channel. And it's math behind the music, right? It's science behind the music. I love it personally. Good to see you. Pure Peace Zone says, facts. It's all perfect. It's like the most fucking triggering statement for 99.9% of people. It triggers me sometimes too. Yes. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. My nose is back in the building. All right. So, I accept them as a working hypothesis because I find that by utilizing them, I can get results which I can obtain in no other way, right? So, once again, if you missed that point, she said whether they were actual ascended masters that are talking to her in the astral plane or it's her subconscious mind bringing it up, that doesn't matter. Who cares about that, right? She says, I can't tell you whether it's that or the other, but I accept them as a working hypothesis because I find that by utilizing them, I can get results. And I can get results which I can obtain in no other way. That literally goes for you. It don't matter if you're actually being visited by a spirit or if your subconscious mind is giving it to you. What matters is, does it work? Does it work? Are you getting results? And are you getting results that you can't get anywhere else? That's where your focus is. Oh, but Trev, how do I get them to manifest in my room? You about to get a refund. Because I done told you. Told you. I want to see the spirit in my room. Let me stop. These communications were not obtained by means of trance, as that word is usually understood. Did we go through this already? My mind is not made a blank, nor is my will in abeyance, but by means of intense concentration on the plane of consciousness on which I wish to function. Oh, yeah. So she's talking about Dhyana, Dhyana. So she's saying that what happened here, these past life experiences, this communication with the ascended masters, this isn't necessarily trance, right? She's talking actually about a meditation technique, a yoga technique. Her mind isn't made blank. She isn't suppressing her will, right? She's not having intense concentration on the thing. Wait, no. What she is doing is having intense concentration on the plane of consciousness on which she wishes to function. I shut out the sensations coming into consciousness through the 5 physical senses, right? So that's the things that you see, hear, smell, taste, touch. I become aware of nothing but the entity whose messages I undertake to bring through. After this intense concentration has been achieved, and I may say it took years of practice to do it for any length of time, I then still the conscious mind so that no thoughts arise. Meanwhile, the entity that is going to communicate formulates his ideas point by point, and these ideas appear to cause images to rise in my subconscious mind in the same way as repressed emotions give rise to dream images. I myself, standing aside, as it were, watch them form and allow them to come through so long as I can maintain my mind, maintain reframe, without thoughts. They continue to flow. The ideas are presented to consciousness as spoken words, and these spoken words seem to actuate the organs of speech and produce articulation in tones other than mine. Though coming from my lips, she's telling you how to channel. That which is uttered is written down by the friends who assist me in this work and is set forth in these pages just as it was received. Not a word has been altered or added, only the punctuation has been inserted. And for what it's worth, we offer this teaching to our readers. So look, if you're somebody interested in channeling, communicating with spirits in that way, you might want to break this chapter down, you know what I'm saying, write down what she's talking about here step by step, and including that in your next practice. This is how you do it right there. This is how I do it, right? This is how it's done. I have often asked myself whether there is anything in these pages which could not have been done by the conscious mind. Any information which it was impossible for me to have obtained through the normal avenues. And I must honestly say that I do not think there is anything that could not have been done, given the necessary time, labor, and capacity. The only point which is of evidential value is the effortless speed with which the work was done. I have never had the slightest fatigue in connection with this work. I heard that. I must mention one point. However, which might be of interest. At one time, I regularly analyzed my dreams on the night preceding and the night following the reception of these messages. The dreams of the night preceding contained nothing of their content, but the dreams of the night following were full of it, though conscious memory is blank. 1111. 1111. Make a wish. October 11. Gotta love it. Monica Lawan says, she said, I don't feel no ways tired. I heard that. I have never had the slightest fatigue in connection with this work. That's how you know, right? Because she's being fueled by the spirit. fueled. Interesting. 11, 11, 11. That's the name of, well, that's part of the name of the latest email that I made. That's a sign to keep going. So the previous night, the dreams weren't really about the channeling, but the following night, her dreams were full of these symbols, though the conscious memory is blank. I vouch, however, for neither the completeness nor the accuracy of the teaching here contained. I have explained how it appears to me to have been obtained, but I can give no more than my impressions, and anyone who has studied psychology knows that only a very qualified value should be attached to these. It is my intention to continue to work on these lines, taking as working hypothesis the belief that the teachings received in this way, together with many other experiences for which there is no place in this book, are, broadly speaking, what they claim to be. But bearing always in mind the possibility, nay, the probability of self-deception. In the preceding pages, I have written in terms of psychology, but those who are familiar with the teachings of occult science, that's you, whether in the schools of the East or the West, will be able to express the same ideas in another terminology. Those who trained me take pupils. The way to them is the old path of renunciation and initiation. I did not find them by chance, but followed the track marked out through the mysteries of all ages and races. By fulfilling the conditions I had to fulfill, others can experience what I have experienced, and I will gladly and freely help them to do so. Aww. See, that's why I love Miss Dion Fortune. Best teacher ever. Best teacher ever. I saw a reel on Instagram. You guys ever watch the show Ghost Rider? The kids show Ghost Rider? How many people are old enough to remember that show, Ghost Rider? Raise of hands. Remember Ghost Rider? It was about these kids in New York, and they came across, or this ghost came across them. It never speaks. You never really see it other than this animated thing. And it communicates to them by rearranging the words. So it's like, it could be an advertisement, a magazine, a book, and it literally just rearranges the words to communicate with them. I used to love that show as a kid. And I realized that's probably one of the things that got me into the occult. That's for sure. Indirectly. Because you got to think about it, right? They're communicating with a ghost through words. They don't know where it came from, what his intention is, but a few of them can see it, right? Can see what the communication is. And they make new friends based on somebody who happens to wake up and see the communication. Cool concept. And it was educational. Ghost Rider! Rosa Flame says, I remember. Shoot, you might be older than I thought. We think he might be a ghost. Zero says, the second best. You are the best, Trav. But yes, Dion encourages me every time. She shares life itself through her knowledge. Oh no, oh no. I will most definitely have to say she's a better teacher than me. By far. By far. Ghost Rider. Word. TTS says, what channel was Ghost Rider on? I want to say it was PBS. It was PBS, right? Public Broadcasting System. For the kids, for the youth, for the youth. Bobby Tucker said Nickelodeon. I don't remember it being on Nickelodeon. Was it on Nickelodeon? Jessica W says this is only a test. Ambient Esoterica says anagram for Cosmic Doctrine is scenic microdot. Taking the long way around. To me, occultism is not only a science and an art, but also a religion. I welcome the cooperation of all who feel towards it as I do. That which I have freely received, I will freely give. But, like the Sphinx of old, I have a riddle to ask of those who would follow this path, and they must answer it correctly before I can show them the gate. By the way, I posted some information. I pinned it at the top of the chat in case you missed it. You can check it out. It's a free download, Google Drive. Anyone who's interested in this text, review the content, download it if you want or not. But just for those who might have missed that, I'm just throwing that out there. So, I have a riddle to ask of those who would follow this path, and they must answer it correctly before I can show them the gate. The riddle is, why do you want to study occult science? Why do you want to study occult science? It is motive, which is the key that unlocks the gate. That's true. Those who have discovered within themselves the right motive are possessed of the key. I can show them the whereabouts of the keyhole. Oh. I like that. The key is your motive. You can go a certain depth, for sure. But ultimately, it's that motive that's going to determine how far you go. Absolutely. Absolutely. Those who read these words may feel that I express first doubt and then certainty. They are right. I express doubt of the accuracy of my own psychism, certainty of the reality of the unseen, right? So there might be a little bit of doubt of the accuracy of her psychic ability at this stage, but there is absolute certainty of the reality of the unseen. Don't get it twisted now. She's still working on her skills, but this unseen reality is more real than real. If I expressed certainty of my interpretation of my subconscious impressions, I should be claiming that which if I expressed certainty of my interpretation of my subconscious impressions, I should be claiming that which any experienced and honest psychic knows that he cannot claim. If I express doubt of the reality of that which I am seeking to interpret, I should belie my sincerest beliefs, my deepest intuitions. Okay, I get it. So it isn't doubt in her psychic ability as in she's not good enough. It's more along the lines of psychic ability, like everything else, is subjective. It's subjective, and there's no way to escape your personal interpretation. Why? Because you're taking something abstract and building a form around it based on what you have in your library. So that doesn't make her interpretation inaccurate. All that means is that conveying it to another human being, some things are likely to be lost in translation. Because first of all, most people aren't going to open up the box of those metaphors. They're just going to take it as it is. Secondly, when we do unpack the symbols and metaphors, we may not recognize what we see. And that's what spiritual teaching is. You're taking something that doesn't have a form and you're wrapping it into a gift, and you're sharing that gift with others. Now, sometimes you got to make the wrapping pretty, right? Sometimes you got to put a nice little bow on it, an iridescent, sparkling bow, right, with unicorn wrapping paper. Sometimes you got to do that just to get the person to actually accept the gift. Sometimes the gift is plain. Sometimes it's just brown paper, right? No ribbon at all. And some people reject the gift based on the wrapping. Crazy, right? But then you get to the point where you open the gift. You might not recognize what's inside. You might not see anything. And you might end up worshiping the gift wrap. That's wild too, huh? Don Tree, peace, peace. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, I just read in one of her bios that if you visualize a black cross and a red background, is a cry to a secret occult police. They took down a funky occultist around Oxford College in her day. Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna look into that. Kevin Wise, peace and greetings. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I Am That I Am says, we are literally living out this chapter in real time. It's just the introduction, my friend. We didn't even get to it. As Coop TGS said, this is the tip of the iceberg. The bleeding edge, the tip of the lingam. Shakti power. We're going berserk. We're going berserk. In all occult work, however, we need to make careful distinction between that which I will call objective and subjective truth. Objective truth is that which falls within the sphere of scientific examination and logical proof. Subjective truth consists of an inner experience which is valid for the person who undergoes it, but which he can neither communicate to another nor prove, unless a changed life and a spiritual radiance of personal magnetism be accepted as proof. You hear that? So there's objective truth and there's subjective truth. Objective truth, that's what science examines. That's logical proof. You can see it with your eyes. You can touch it. You can smell it, taste it. You can hear it, right? That's objective truth. Duh. You got to know that there's also such a thing as subjective truth. Right? You got to understand that subjective truth, that's inner experience, which is valid for the person who undergoes it. But guess what? You can't share that kind of truth, not as it is, right? You can neither communicate this to another person, nor can you prove it. So again, when we talk about waking people up and saving the world, how, Sway? You don't have the answers, Sway. How are we going to do that? That's not even something that we can transmit. Unless you want to count a changed life and spiritual radiance and personal magnetism, right? Those things are going to happen once you have this spiritual upgrade and you change, you're evolving along your path. Of course, you're going to have this new radiance about you, this new personal magnetism. Your life is going to change. Of course, that's going to happen. That may be the only proof that you can give to these people, to other folks. All right? I'll tell you what you're not going to do, though. See, y'all got to understand that the cosmic light of the spirit, see, it shines through reality unbroken. So each and every incarnation is just a part of the soul, and every soul is in the right place. So each one of us are connected. Ain't nobody different. There are no enemies. You don't have to suffer. Everything is perfect as it is. You can say that, but who's going to believe that? Because it doesn't line up with objective truth. See, objective truth says there are enemies. Objective truth says that we are all different. Objective truth says I'm special and I'm better than you, and I deserve to be above you. That's what objective truth says. You just got to understand, most of that is the language of the animal, of the beast, right? That you belong to. The human body belongs to the human race, which is a species of beast. It's a species of beast. Then you've also got culture, ego, personality, right? So those are two layers of objective truth. You're dealing with the animal beast, and then you're dealing with the idea of what a human is supposed to be. Those are objective truths. The spiritual stuff, oh no. That don't line up with the beast experience. So I'm trying to get money, I'm trying to have sex, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm on top and I'm better than you. That's the beast experience. That's the cultural experience. The spiritual stuff says something different. And once you start following the path of the spiritual stuff, you begin to change. You begin to radiate differently. Because you're focusing more on that spirit and less on the beast. Less on that two-legged beast. Or as Kook TGS says, it's got to line up with the elementals in the aura of the person you communicate with. You know, if you want to do that, right? If you want to go through the path of trying to share this information. I Am That I Am says, I read somewhere where Manly P. Hall said, you can't even grasp certain concepts unless you earn access. You will try and explain it, and they can't even hear it or grasp it. Absolutely, right? I've read Vivekananda say something very similar. Your karma has to be in a certain way before you can even grasp this stuff. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Tisha 333. It's been a while. Good to see you. Been a while. Hope you're doing well. Pure Peace Zone says it's not about rejecting the beast, though. That shit is all well and good. You still got to attend to the body. But it's about also reaching higher, doing more. Boom. All right. So I came to occultism through the study of psychology, realizing that there was so much more in the mind than the accepted theories accounted for. But at the same time, realizing that the psychoanalytical theories definitely accounted for a very great deal. I am obliged, as a psychologist, to recognize the part played by the subconscious mind in all mystic experience. I am obliged, as a psychic, to recognize the part played by the unseen. in much psychological experience. I believe the unseen to be as real and objective as the material universe. I believe the power of the spirit to be a real and living power, originating outside the subconscious, though working through it. Right? I believe the power of the spirit to be a real and living power, originating outside the subconscious, though working through it. These things, however, cannot be proved by any scientific method at present known. But truth cannot contradict truth. You heard that? Truth cannot contradict truth. Upon whatever plane they be, the parts of truth must dovetail into each other as accurately as the stones of King Solomon's temple. Shout out to the 72. If there is discrepancy, it is due to the imperfect apprehension and enunciation of truth. If there is discrepancy, it is due to the imperfect apprehension and enunciation of truth, not to any incompatibility of antagonistic truths. So a lot of times, it's not that the content is incorrect, it's the interpretation that's incorrect. It's funny because a lot of people online like to fight and debate, even in this spiritual information. Or you'll see somebody comment and say how something is wrong, like, oh, this is incorrect, it's inaccurate, that's not true. But, we have this habit of projecting and pointing fingers outward, because sometimes the problem is you didn't understand the information. You didn't understand it. And because you didn't understand it, that doesn't mean the information is wrong. Uh-oh. But hey, this ain't for everybody. This is bullshit. In other words, I don't understand it. Try the best you can. You can try the best you can. The best you can is good enough. Try the best you can. Try the best you can. The best you can is good enough. Louis says they only learn for argument. For argument. Yeah, that's that entertainment level. And you know what? Hey, at least they got the information in their stratosphere, right? At least they got some of the symbols that their subconscious mind can pick up. And if that's the case, one day it'll become clear. One day it'll become clear. But in the meantime, hey, best you can is good enough. Ambient Esoterica says, better to be imperfect than claim to be correct. Facts. Facts. Sanguine Crimson. Peace, peace. What a bloody name. This is bullshit. You guys really believe in this magic shit? Peace, Trey Kage. Have a good work evening. Bullshit. So, it is my belief that when psychology has advanced a little further and has arrived at the maturity of judgment which comes to sciences, now we are 100 years later. You think we reached that point? This was written over 100 years ago. It is my belief that when psychology has advanced a little further and has arrived at maturity, at that maturity of judgment, which comes to sciences as well as individuals, when their early days are past, it will find a method which shall be as great an advance on psychoanalysis as psychoanalysis is upon introspection. And with that method, it will bring the realm of psychic and religious experience within reach of scientific examination. I think we have come up with something that fits the bill. Does anybody here have any idea what that flavor of psychology might be? If not, it's cool. Best you can is good enough. Whoa, whoa. It will burn away the dross of delusion and leave us with a residuum, what a nice word, residuum, of the pure gold of truth. I, for one, am not afraid to trust my most cherished beliefs to such a test. If they are true, they will survive it and be all the purer for the ordeal. If they are false, the sooner I know it, the better, so that I may adjust my life to reality rather than await the collapse of my fool's paradise about my ears. Whew, that's some wisdom right there. I know that whatever the truth may be, I have got to face it sooner or later, and I would sooner do it at my leisure than when the sands are running out. I heard that. See this right here, that right there, pure wisdom. You can't fight that. This is pure wisdom. One of my favorite neurosemantic authors once defined insanity, and he said that insanity is the situation where your inner reality doesn't line up with your outer reality in a healthy way, in a useful and appropriate way. So you have this inner perception of the world that does not line up in a useful and appropriate way with the outer reality. That's insanity. Why did I say that? Because look at what she said. She's ready to test her beliefs against psychology. She's ready to test her beliefs. And if they're true, awesome, right? Awesome. Now she can purify her science even more. If it's false, awesome. Please let me know how my information is false so that I can fix it. I can adjust, right? I run into less people with this mindset. I run into more people with the mindset that I want to fight for what I already believe, even if it's wrong. I'm sure you've come across that thought process as well. The best you can is good enough. Sanguine Crimson says, so I don't worship, I don't do deals, I ain't sacrificed none but my sanity, picking up ciggy butts and plastic shit, and I've pretty much become a ninja in a year. Is Gaia a real thing? The Lady of the Forest. Yeah. Alchemy Gold says, poetry at its finest. Facts. Big facts. Pure Peace Zone says, I don't know if you're thinking this, but I think internal family systems, IFS, does a great job of making spiritual truths accessible to the psychologically minded. I'm not versed on IFS, so I couldn't say. But it sounds like you're able to make that connection. So, hey, if it gets results, right? Someone says, I only want true beliefs. Let them all be tested. Nothing real can be threatened. Facts. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. ACIM. Daryl says, that's true bhakti to the truth, with all his capabilities, with not matter or what matters. Man, she is amazing, Trev. I agree. I agree. Let's keep going. Sanguine Crimson says, hold my beer, says Acid. Show you a little something, something. I know that whatever the truth may be, I've got to face it sooner or later. And I would sooner do it at my leisure than when the sands are running out. Imagine avoiding the concept of death all your life. I gotta accept that thing. It's coming. It's coming. Okay, I must, however, ask pardon of both the psychics and the psychologists that I cannot accept either of them at their own valuation. I would say to the psychologists, do not, in your investigations, start with the assumption that a superconscious experience must be either fraud or delusion. Admit, as a working hypothesis, that there may be more in heaven and earth than is dreamt of in your philosophy, and that evolution may now be bringing it within reach of the human consciousness. Even today, right? There cannot be so much smoke without any fire. The fact that people of all ages and races have believed in the occult is proof. Is proof that it has some foundation in human experience. The fact that supernormal experiences continue to be claimed in spite of the advance of science and the repeated exposure of frauds proves that they have a profound significance for the human mind. Do not forget that the greatest of mankind have given them the weight of their testimony. Socrates and Plato, Jesus of Nazareth, and Saul of Tarsus, Joan of Arc, Santa Teresa were neither fools nor knaves. The experiences of the seer are substantially the same, whether they be couched in terms of Western faith or Eastern wisdom. Such agreement of testimony gives a high degree of probability. To the psychic, I would say, in the words that a great mystic used to embody. To the psychic, I would say, in the words that a great mystic used to a body of his fellow mystics who were certain of the accuracy of their vision. I beseech you, in the bowels of Christ, think it possible that you may be mistaken. No one walked by the light of the Spirit more than did Oliver Cromwell, but he addressed those sobering words to his fanatical co-religionists. I would not only advise but implore anyone who concerns themselves with the unseen to study psychology and learn the nature of the mind. They will not find that it disturbs their faith, but rather reveals its rationale. Do not think that because a piece of information is obtained in an abnormal way, it is bound to be true, any more than a thing is bound to be true because it is printed in a book. Spirit communications seem to have the same authority for some people that the printed word has for the uneducated, who think that a commodity must be good because the advertisements speak well of it. Well, the government wouldn't do that to us. That's illegal. A spirit communication may come from a perfectly genuine spirit and yet be valueless. Even if a man survives bodily death, dying is not going to cure him of being a fool. Oh, yeah, I remember that line. Love that line. Actually, didn't she say something like that in her book about death? If I'm not mistaken, I think she said that in that book too. I know she did. Even if a man survives bodily death, dying is not going to cure him of being a fool. That's bad news for somebody. If he had no sense on the physical plane, he will not have any more on the astral. Do not believe all that the spirits tell you, even if you are sure in your own mind that they are really spirits. Remember this, moreover, that if on the strength of a certain sensitiveness, you feel out for contacts in the unseen, you may strike anything. You may strike anything. If he had no sense on the physical plane, he will not have any more on the astral plane. Do not believe all that the spirits tell you, even if you're sure in your own mind that they are really spirits. Remember this, moreover, that if on the strength of a certain sensitiveness, you feel out for connections in the unseen, so if you're reaching out there, trying to make contact, because you know that it's real and you're sensitive, right? You do that, you may strike anything. You reach out there and reach around, you're gonna strike something. That's a fact. The kind of entities who will answer the random adjurations of an inexperienced experimenter are the same type as the persons who would answer you if you repeated the same tactics in the street. You get what she's putting down here? All skin folk ain't kin folk. All spirits aren't going to give you life-changing information. I love that line. Even if a man survives bodily death, dying is not going to cure him of being a fool. That says a lot right there. That says a lot. Pull out your Ouija board, contact a pervert, contact a jackass. You on a Ouija board, the answer you get is show me your titties. This can't be right. Why would the ghost say that? Why would the ghost say that? The kind of entities who will answer the random adjurations of an inexperienced experimenter are much of the same type as the persons who would answer you if you repeated the same tactics in the street. If you set your front door open, the kind of person who would come walking in would be more likely to steal the umbrellas from the hall than undertake to instruct you in profound spiritual truths. Do you get that? Right? Like, say you left your door wide open, right? Who's the kind of person that's gonna come in and check this and scope the scene out, right? Look. Could be a crackhead. If you leave your front door open, who's the kind of person that's gonna randomly come and scope out and answer that call? Is it gonna be, some kind of spiritual warrior that's going to educate you on how to fight in your spiritual battles, your spiritual warfare? Just something to consider, man. Something to consider. Rack 'em. Rack bomb. And so it is with psychism. If you merely set the door of consciousness ajar, you are more likely to get unpleasant experiences than spiritual teachings. You also got to think about your neighborhood, right? Your emotional state that you consistently hold over a period of time, that sets your astral neighborhood, right? So if you're somebody who is always on guard, always looking for a battle, defensive, anxious, right? That's the astral neighborhood you live in. If you're somebody who lives in an astral neighborhood of peace, calm, optimism, that's the astral neighborhood you live in. So you know what kind of astral neighborhood you live in. What's your energy? What kind of emotions do you circulate on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, on a weekly basis, yearly basis? What kind of emotional landscape do you live in? That should tell you what kind of spirits live in your neighborhood. Boom. That should tell you what kind of spirits live in your neighborhood. I like my astral neighborhood. This is a nice, quiet neighborhood. Good stuff. Sanguine Crimson says, I found a cat inside my open door domicile, and once I had a frog living with me for at least a day without my noticing until I was about to go to sleep. No burglars yet. See, you gotta walk the talk. I trust the universe completely, but I'm locking the door. Nah, bro, it ain't going down like that. Yeah. Absolutely. And I'm certain that you know what she's saying here. I'm certain that you understand what she's saying here. There's not the dichotomy of trusting the universe versus locking the door. We're talking more specifically about this concept of making an attempt to communicate with spirits specifically, right? And being aware that there are all types of spirits. A spirit communication may come from a perfectly genuine spirit and yet be valueless. That's the point that she's making here. Even if a man survives bodily death, dying is not going to cure him of being a fool, which implies that there are many, many foolish spirits floating around, right? Many intelligences that are not useful or appropriate or conducive to the growth of any individual. That's the metaphor she's making. Those great entities whom the Theosophical Society has made known to the general public under the name of the Masters, but who, from time immemorial, have been known in the West as well as the East, choose their pupils for other qualities than curiosity. They choose their pupils for other qualities than curiosity. They are as different from the average guide or communicating spirit as Michelangelo from a pavement artist, right? So we got different degrees here. And to find them, we have to pass through the straight gate and tread the narrow way. If you desire to find the masters, who will train you as they have trained me? For I am not a natural psychic. All right, let's run it back. If you desire to find the masters who will train you as they have trained me, for I am not a natural psychic, reach out to them mentally with steady aspiration, being prepared to make whatever sacrifice is required of you, withholding nothing that you have or are. And you will receive not mystic experience, but a long and arduous course of training by the difficulties and trials of life. And if you take all these as lessons and try to learn what they have to teach, remembering that duty is the first initiator, presently you will find that a new element is coming into your life. It does not come as the fire or the whirlwind, but as the still small voice. And it is this still small voice of spiritual intuition that gives the teaching, ask and ye shall receive, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. Uh-oh, which one? Jeez. That is a long one. Fuck it, we'll go back. So, those great entities whom the Theosophical Society has made known to the general public under the name of the Masters, but who from time immemorial have been known in the West as well as the East, they choose their pupils for other qualities than curiosity. They are as different from the average guide or communicating spirit as Michelangelo from a pavement artist. And to find them, we have to pass through the straight gate and tread the narrow way. If you desire to find the masters who will train you as they've trained me, for I am not a natural psychic, reach out to them mentally with steady aspiration, being prepared to make whatever sacrifice is required of you, withholding nothing that you have or are, and you will receive not mystic experience, but a long and arduous course of training by the difficulties and trials of life. And if you take all these as lessons and try to learn what they have to teach, remembering that duty is the first initiator, presently you will find that a new element is coming into your life. It does not come as the fire or the whirlwind, but as the still small voice. And it is this still small voice of spiritual intuition that gives the teaching. Ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. Boom. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. All right. So we're doing good. Just a little bit more. Like I said, I want to do things a little bit different this time. If it don't work out, then we'll scrap it. But I like to do like a little recap, right? A recap at the end of these chapters, because typically we just blaze through it. I think that if the purpose is to study this information, absorb it, right, it would be helpful to have a little recap after the chapters. So why don't we do that? What do you think? The Electric Rose. Peace and greetings, my friend. Peace and greetings. So let's check out this recap before we move on. And I'm going to make myself another cup of coffee. So the nature of the work. What we went over here in this introduction is the following pages were not produced by the ordinary method of literary work. Dion Fortune opens not as an author, but as a transmitter of something beyond ordinary consciousness. Spiritual transcription. Let's make this thing here. It's received, not written. The text dictated in deep trance states, not conscious authorship. Rapid transmission. Each chapter produced in under an hour without drafts. No reference materials, right? So she talked about pure channeling without intellectual research or notes. So once again, this was not intellectual composition, it was spiritual transcription. She channeled this information. It wasn't about study. That's what makes it unique. That's what makes it different. And once again, we're kind of just setting the landscape of what we're about to get into. The question of origin. The mystery remains. Fortune refuses to prove whether the teachings come from discarnate intelligence or disassociated complexes of mind. Either way, something profound occurred. A doorway opened, right? And she said it doesn't matter as much as does it work? Does it provide results? And does it provide results that you wouldn't get any other kind of way? If not from the unseen, from the capacities of the human mind, yet little known. The real mystery is not where the message came from, but what faculty of consciousness it awakened. Right? She said it. It doesn't, whether these were actual masters that came to her, or this was just a subconscious figment of her mind, that doesn't matter. She can't tell you, nor does she really care to. And hell, I don't care either. That's not what matters. The stance of integrity. I vouch for neither the completeness nor the accuracy of the communications. Critical thinking is required. No blind belief demanded. That's another thing. It's not about blind belief. Engage with active discernment. Inner resonance. Truth is measured by what it awakens, not by external authority. That's so key right there, right? It's measured by what awakens within. Intrinsic worth. The teachings stand on their own power. They stand on their own power to open perception and to transform. The test of doctrine is transformation. Does it work? Does it work? Did you work it, and did it work? The awakening. When I came to the words, the Brotherhood of the Great White Lodge, my higher self suddenly woke up. So that was the key right there. She's telling you about an initiation, right? And where did that come from? Reading the Ancient Wisdom by Annie Besant. That single phrase, the Brotherhood of the Great White Lodge, when she said she came across that book, it stood out to her to the point that she became obsessed. Think about a time in your life where you think about where you are right now in your journey, in your study. Can you think back to when the concept first entered your mind and how it led you to where you are currently? Marcus says, same with a placebo. People want to argue and discredit a placebo, saying it's all in your head. But does it make it that much more amazing if it was in your mind and it worked? Absolutely, right? That's it right there. And in fact, I was kind of hinting at NLP a lot. NLP and the creators of NLP, Richard Bandler, Robert Grinder, it's because of them that placebo is illegal, because they were doing experiments with people and volunteers, letting them know, hey, this is a sugar pill. This is a sugar pill. But we want to see if this actually makes people better because we tell them that it does, or if it doesn't. And the placebos were winning. People were getting healed from these sugar pills. So Big Pharma brought cases against them multiple times and made it illegal to sell placebos. Funny. So yeah, think about the trigger, right? The mantric awakening, nights of obsessive longing, soul calling out for contact with the masters. Archetypal drive, the yearning becomes more than the desire. It's the call of destiny itself. Remember what she said? She decided to throw it back and go berserk. She meant what she said. She went all in. All in. And that passion, that focus became a connection. The vision of the masters. The 10th night. She dreamt of a library that opened up into pure light. Threshold between worlds. She was transported to a snowy Himalayan plateau, kneeling before two radiant beings. Who are those two radiant beings? The Master Jesus, the Lord of Compassion. He's the embodiment of divine love and mercy. And she also witnessed the Most Wise, the Lord of Mind, right? In Hermetic force. He was a master of intellect and esoteric structure. These are the two entities that she met. The encounter, brief, wordless, overwhelming, a symbolic initiation into service. The inner paradox. I was handed over to the Master of Compassion. Remember that part? And I was not all happy about it. She was assigned a path, right? She had to go on the compassion path with Master Jesus. Must Jesus bear the cross alone and the world go free? There's a cross for everyone, and I know there's a cross for me. The lesson is that the soul must be softened before strengthened, right? She had to deal with some inner shadow work before she could really make her resultant powers and abilities useful and appropriate. Mystical inversion, surrender precedes power. The desired path, right, what she wanted was to go with the intellect, right, the power, the magical ability. I think that within there is a message, a symbolic message. The meaning of the masters. Whether real beings or internal archetypes, the masters represent cosmic functions of consciousness. Check. Cosmic functions of consciousness. So we're talking about something bigger than the individual human experience. One was a Lord of Compassion, the Christic heart, empathy, devotion, divine love. The other was wisdom, hermetic mind, structure, logic, esoteric architecture, right? Peep game. Making sense? Look at that, look at that. Sanguine Crimson says left brain, right brain. Alchemy Gold says left brain, right brain. Great, right? So like this is, she's teaching you right here in the introduction how to read this text. She's showing you. That's what's so beautiful and genius about this. She could have just said it plain and simple. You would have read the words and it would have went in one eye and out the other. But the fact that she takes you through a story of how she came into this, it's setting up the process. It's gearing your mind to start thinking in this way. That's what's happening with this book. It's not about the words. It's about the process that we're going through as we envision the work. And this is why I'm going to these lengths to create the PowerPoint presentation and everything, because you really got to marinate the concepts. It's not about the words. It's not about the sentences. Man, looky here. I tell you what. We got to raise the bar with this stuff now. These dual forces define the spiritual geometry underlying the cosmic doctrine itself, right? So Fortune's vision unites these two rays, intellect and empathy, structure and love. Got to have the diamond, right? It's one of my favorite metaphors. The method of transmission, psychic downloads, dictated in trance, not deliberate philosophy or construction. These were received, these were channeled. This was the unformed, and she did her due diligence in giving it form. There were no revisions, no research, no drafts, only listening and receiving. The lens, Fortune as a bridge between the invisible order and human comprehension. She built not a theology, but a map of thought itself. Remember that? Woo! Ric Flair. Key lessons from the introduction: authenticity over authority. Trust experience, not dogma. Personal gnosis as the touchstone. 2, symbol as technology. We know that as practicing maguses and occultists, right? We know that symbol is technology. Spiritual truths are functions. They are not facts. Nothing is true. Everything's permitted, right? Living operations of consciousness, right? We at that college level occult, right? You done been through the elementary stuff. You done been through the middle school stuff, the high school stuff. We up here at the college level now. You're getting that real. You can't get this at the Dollar Tree. You're not gonna find this at Walmart. You're not gonna get this at Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's not gonna happen. Welcome to the desert of the real. 3, imagination as bridge. The inner world speaks through image, not argument, not debate. Vision over logic. Look at that. Chicano's fighting for higher learning says she came back from the upper room with a map. Yep. She came back with a map. And I'm telling you, man, that's what a guru does. That's what those yogis did thousands of years ago when they came up with these mantras and the Vedic science, the Samkhya, the Advaita Vedanta, these early philosophies. That's what they did. They reached the highest levels that they could possibly reach of this inner planes, and they came back with a map. That's what the guru does. It didn't come from an ego that you thought it was cool to create with your imagination. PhD. It's that knowledge you're not going to get in college. Not the wrong stuff, we into the right stuff. Alchemy Gold says the movie Dr. Strange had a similar vision. Dr. Strange. Okay, so 4, compassion before power. Alignment precedes illumination. Your heart must be open before your mind awakens fully. And reflection and closing. The mind is trained through image, not informed by it. These images are designed to train the mind, not inform it. Don't forget that quote. I might have to put that on my wall. Frame it. Okay, so the contemplation prompt, in case you wanted to practice. Matter of fact, you can do this while I go pour myself another cup of coffee real quick. Here's the contemplation prompt. Close your eyes. Imagine 2 rays of light, indigo and white. Imagine them spiraling to a single star at your heart. Ask yourself, which master do I serve first? The wise or the compassionate? Dion Fortune's introduction is not background, it's initiation. It's initiation. It teaches you how to read the book with critical intellect and devotional surrender. One thing I know about an occultist, ain't nothing we do an accident. Everything has a meaning and a purpose, even if it seems mundane. And you being an occultist, you need to look at everything as if it's part of a bigger picture, including yourself and your history. With critical intellect and devotional surrender, with logic and dream, with heart trained to hold paradox. The Cosmic Doctrine is not information. The Cosmic Doctrine is instruction in the architecture of mind. All right, so while you think about the white light of the indigo light spiraling within your heart, asking yourself, which master do I serve? gonna make myself some coffee. I'll be right back. And when you get an answer, let me know in the chat. Good stuff. Zero says the compassionate because I can know it. Yeah. I had the same situation as Dion Fortune. Of course, I wanted to go with the Lord of Mind, right? I'm past Jesus. I want to know the intellectual stuff, right? But obviously, if you notice, for the past few, I don't know, about a month and some change, you might have seen a lot of Jesus symbolism in my social media. Don't sleep on Jesus now. Don't pass up Jesus. I know you're thinking about rosy cheeks, puppy dog eyes, baby, sweet baby Jesus in the manger, right? I know you're thinking, oh, that's for the sleeping people. That's for them over there. That's for my grandma. That's for the fools, right? I worship the devil. I'm better. I'm smarter. Well, a real occultist understands that you can utilize the lessons of any cosmic force, Decano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, man, this is corny. I got stuck with Jesus. No, I'm playing purple for me, but I love the books. It's the understanding that strengthens compassion. Facts. I think they work together. They really do. I also hope that I trigger some people with my white Jesus. Nobody seemed to be triggered in the comments yet.
You're deceived. Jesus wasn't white.
I haven't received those people yet. I'm trying though. I'm trying to trigger them.
I ain't following this nigga no more. He done went back to church. He got white Jesus all up on his page.
If anything I do triggers you, you are literally unfit for what I'm teaching. So that's a good thing. If anything that I do triggers you, that's your free ticket to get up out of here. Hey, yo, Jake, go ahead and get up out of here. Go ahead and bounce, homie. We got your back. What? No, you didn't. You disloyal, fool-ass, bitch-made punk. Jake! Come back here! Jake! I need my money! I'm putting cases on all you bitches. Jake! You think you can do this shit? You think you can do this shit to me? You motherfuckers who be playing basketball in Pelican Bay! When I get finished with you, shoot program, nigga! 23-hour lockdown. I'm the man up in this piece. You never seen a lot of who the fuck you think you talking to. I'm the police. I run shit here. You just live here. I'm the police. I need my money. All right, so let's get on with introduction number 2. How communication was effective. Is that my doctrine of the toilet, man? Is that my doctrine of the toilet? There we go. All right, why not? For the love of the game.
Hey, Skinny, man. You tell me this shit just fell out your pocket, man. Skinny. Hey, bitch. You tell me this shit fell out your pocket, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, what, man?
You.
Hey, Skinny, man. You tell me this shit just fell out your pocket, man. Skinny. Hey, bitch. You tell me this shit fell out your pocket, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, what, man?
You know what you could do.
What can I do, man? You tell me what I can do, man.
All right. Alchemic Minds. Peace. Good to see you. Welcome. All right. Back to it. Back to it. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay, introduction number 2. How communication was effected. How communication was effected. A statement by one of the communicating entities. Communication is performed by telepathy. That is, all precisely the same means are used in transferring thought from a discarnate mind to an incarnate mind, as are employed in transferring thought between two incarnate minds. All right, so it's precisely the same means that's used when two people are communicating, right? Certain technical difficulties exist, however, and to make it clear, we will first explain how thought is transferred between incarnate minds, right? So let's talk about the basic stuff first. Let's talk about the basic one first. Briefly, a thought form is built by methods we will not enter upon now. Gosh, I gotta change the angle here. Briefly, a thought form is built by methods we will not enter upon now. And this thought form is ensouled by a substance from a plane above, that upon which it is constructed. This makes it a living thing of its type. It is then cast off from the aura of its creator, and in the ordinary way will hang about in the atmosphere, in his atmosphere. If he is dwelling on the subject, a thread of subtle matter will connect it with his vehicle, and those who can see it will perceive these thought forms, either embedded in the aura awaiting expulsion, or hovering around like a children's kite upon shorter or longer strings. Up to about 12 feet long these strings may be. Can you see that? As he moves, they stream out behind and above him. That's cool. And as he stands, they hover around, endued, each with life of their own. And they endure as definite entities until the form in which they are ensouled wears out and falls away, whereupon the life that is within them is reabsorbed into the substance of their creator. So that right there is what your thoughts look like on the astral plane. Check. Can you see that in your mind's eye? Where basically if you have a concept, right? You first pull it from the higher plane and it's created as a thought form. And you wrap it up in your mind stuff. So it's like this bubble. This concept becomes this bubble that's floating around your aura. And the more attention that you give it, the more focus that you place on it, the more that you are identified with this concept, it's attached to you with a cord, almost like kids flying kites at the beach. You see all these kites up there and they're attached to these strings. And all these strings are attached to your aura, your auric field. So you can imagine that the average person has a ton of these floating around them. Can you picture that? And they follow you. So much for the undirected thought, to which no attention is paid. Should, however, a thought be conceived in relation to a definite object, oh, so that's all your thoughts. That's all your thoughts in general. Jeez Louise. So much for the undirected thought, to which no attention is paid. Should, however, a thought be conceived in relation to a definite object, then it will have a dual relationship. This is the cool part right here. If it's conceived in relation to a definite object, then it will have a dual relationship. Firstly, to the person conceiving it, and secondly, to the object of his thought. And instead of remaining in the neighborhood of the former, it will be directed to the neighborhood of the latter. There to hover, though still connected with its originator by a tenuous thread, colored according to type. Having arrived in the neighborhood of its object, it impinges on the aura, beating out the rhythm with which it was endowed. Now, as you know, rhythm and geometrical form are closely associated. Thus, a note of particular tone produced by vibrating the edge of a disc will cause particles of sand scattered upon that disc to arrange themselves along the intersecting lines of force thus generated. Now we get into some cosmic doctrine stuff. Pay attention, right? Pay attention. Rhythm and geometrical form are closely related. Rhythm, what's rhythm, right? Rhythm is a frequency. That's something happening in a loop, right? Up, up, across, down, across, up, across, down, across. Like it's a rhythm. It's a pattern. It's a pattern that repeats. Rhythm and geometrical form are closely associated. Thus, a note of particular tone produced by vibrating the edge of a disc will cause particles of sand scattered upon that disc to arrange themselves along the intersecting lines of force thus generated, and so form patterns. So, if the particles composing the body correspond to that particular plane upon which the thought form is projected, run it back. So, if the particles composing the body corresponding to that particular plane upon which the thought form is projected can be caused to vibrate to the rhythm emitted by that thought form, these particles will be arranged along the lines of force thus set up, and the corresponding form created within the vehicle. Into this form, the life of the old form passes. Into this new form, the life of the old form passes. The old form falls to pieces, and the tenuous thread has then found lodgment within the being of the object of the thought, linking him to the originator of the thought. Thus is thought transference done. We get into it now. Get into it now. So, it is a simple matter to transfer thought upon the second and third planes, thereby generating moods in the minds of the object of thoughts. These moods being of some duration. But it is a very different matter to transfer thought upon the fourth and fifth planes. The fourth plane is the most difficult of all to work upon. And work can only be done with those individuals who have learnt to detach a portion of their substance and keep it in a loose and unattached condition, so that it can take form in response to impacts from without. Oh, almost like having a venom symbiote and a portion of that symbiote on standby for anything that might happen. Moreover, if the ideas of any complexity are to be transmitted, it is not enough that simple images should lie loose in the mind, awaiting recombination into composite form. It is necessary that a great and complex variety of images be available. This is why I say build your library of correspondences. If that hasn't been made clear by now, you're not going to get it. build that library of correspondences. She said, moreover, of any ideas, if any ideas of any complexity are to be transmitted, it is not enough that simple images should lie loose in the mind, awaiting recombination into composite form. It is necessary that a great and complex variety of images be available. If at this point, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. So we're gonna keep it moving. We're gonna keep it smoothing. Keep it schmoovin'. Transmitting images in color and form upon the second plane may be likened to writing with a phonetic alphabet. But transmitting ideas upon the third plane may be likened to writing with an ideographic alphabet, such as the Chinese use. All right, so you get that, right? We start right now with the phonetic alphabet. That's like your A, B, C, D, E, F, G. When you see an F, you think F sound. You might associate that with a failing grade in school, but for the most part, a letter is a letter and nothing more. Now you take a different type of language. She's talking about an ideographic alphabet like Chinese or the Hebrew alphabet. Hint, hint, which is why they use the Hebrew alphabet in Kabbalah. It doesn't represent just one thing. It's not like the letter F or the letter P or G or M. These symbols in the ideographic alphabet can represent a plethora of things. It's a little bit more complex, right? Right? So I'll read it again. Transmitting images in color and form upon the second plane may be likened to writing with a phonetic alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But transmitting ideas upon the third plane may be likened to writing with an ideographic alphabet, such as the Chinese use, where each idea has a corresponding symbol, and unless that symbol be known, cannot be written. Unless that symbol be known, it can't be written. That's why you got to build your library of correspondences. Thus, a Chinese scholar needs to know a very large number of picture signs if he is to express himself freely. Now, the average uncultured mind that lends itself for the transmission of messages from one plane to another has but a few ideographs, and these only relate to the happenings of daily life. Therefore, only simple messages can be sent through him. But a mind of a greater culture and caliber can transmit profounder concepts. That's self-explanatory right there. That's self-explanatory right there. Can you go outside your house and pull up on somebody and show them a picture of the mystical Kabbalah and expect them to think anything other than, what is that? Or, can I borrow a cigarette? Right? Can you pull up on anybody and show them a symbol like this and have them say anything other than, oh, that's the devil. No, that's the devil. I don't mess around with that stuff. See, brother, here's the truth. What y'all don't understand is the Illuminati, they got y'all all twisted up. You got to have an expanded library of concepts in order to speak and have an expanded conversation. If your library is short and tight, there's only a handful of things we can talk about. Did you watch the game last night? Is it still hot outside? Did you hear what the hoes did? Did you hear what the Negroes did? Did you hear what the president did? Did you watch the game last night? Sure is hot out there. Working hard or hardly working. It's only a small handful. You get the point. To sum up, the mind has to contain a large and varied assortment of ideas, which the communicator causes to combine into new concepts. And it is very rare to find a mind in which there is a large assortment of ideas that is sufficiently fluidic to be used in this way. A well-stocked mind tends to combine its contents into organized complexes, and then the complexes form units, which have to be stimulated as a whole and can only function according to their own nature and cannot be recombined to express new ideas. Follow? Did you try the lasagna? It's my favorite. Get one who can do both. My brother in Christ. Won't he do it? Amen. Let the Lord take care of me, because what you talking about ain't got a damn thing to do with Jesus. Thus, supposing a man has strong ideas, shall we say, concerning social reform, this complex can have force poured into it and can be caused to function as a whole, and that man will become a great social reformer along the lines of his preconceived notions, but he will not be able to present to the world new ideas concerning social organization. I'll read it back. Thus, supposing a man has strong ideas, shall we say, concerning social reform. And by the way, for those of you who are creatives, consider what you used to do before you locked into your current creative form, right? Say right now you are a painter. As a kid, as a child, were you always a painter, or were you just really creative? Did you try a bunch of things, but for some reason you might have gravitated more towards the painting and kind of locked in there? Could you have been somebody who's locked into music? If you're an artist right now, I want you to think, before you locked in with your current art form, did you experiment with others? Were you proficient in others? Before I worked with video, I was really into music. Before I was into music, I was really into art. And I noticed I changed each one because I was convinced by some authority figure in my head that I was wasting my time. And what I'm saying is, if you're a creative individual, it's very likely that you are a creator, not just a painter, not just a musician, not just a writer, not just a cook or a designer. Perhaps you could reach back into your history and tap into other avenues. Just a consideration, right? Just a consideration. Before you locked into where you are, maybe there was a time that you were going in other directions too. So thus, supposing a man has strong ideas, shall we say, concerning social reform, this complex can have force poured into it, right? So the social reform complex can have force poured into it and be caused to function as a whole. And that man will become a great social reformer along the lines of his preconceived notions, but he will not be able to present to the world new ideas concerning social organization. Now, concerning those who transmit the messages, they exist upon all the planes of manifestation. And if an individual have free moving matter in the vehicle corresponding to any plane, it can be molded into the forms of that plane. You don't need to do anything, but I highly recommend that you try to digest this information here, because this is going to tell you a whole lot about how to perform and how you're already performing. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, I'm jamming this at 0.75 speed. It's a whole nother experience. Holy cow. I've had people put me on 2x speed, but that's a first. So, now concerning those who transmit the messages, they exist upon all the planes of manifestation. And if an individual have free moving matter in the vehicle corresponding to any plane, right? Your physical plane, your etheric plane, astral plane, mental plane, spiritual plane. If you've got free moving matter in the vehicle corresponding to any plane, it can be molded into the forms of that plane. Thus, if he has ears, he can hear upon the physical plane and equally upon every other plane. It depends entirely upon the presence of this unfixed matter in any vehicle. And yes, this applies to the physical as well. I've got free moving matter in the form of headphones. I've got free moving matter in the form of an iPhone that I'm using to extend my capability. Now imagine what that's like on the etheric plane, on the astral plane, or your astral body, your etheric body, your mental body. As we've said before, if a man merely thinks concerning himself and his affairs, his thought form remain in his own immediate neighborhood and constitute his psychic atmosphere. Remember I talked about your astral neighborhood? But if he thinks strongly and persistently of another person, his thought forms will be projected to that person and affect him according to his receptivity. According to his receptivity. And it is with the so-called dead as with the living. Anybody here remember that book, Cyclomancy? Anybody here read that book, Cyclomancy? Anybody take my Cyclomancy class? Anybody take Brother Panic's Cyclomancy class? Anybody just tried to practice some of the experiments within cyclomancy? Anybody present? Where my cyclomates at?
Where my dogs at? Walk with me now.
Because there's several exercises in that text, right? Aren't there several exercises in that text, in that training, that give you an experience of this? Yes, no, maybe so. Cyclomancy. I know you heard of it by now. Had to. We got the exercises of telescopic vision, telescopic hearing, right? Absolutely. So you know that what you're saying is true. Not only know it by belief, but you've had an experience of this stuff, right? Many, and a lot of them we've been doing. For the most part, however, their thoughts concern themselves and remain about them. But should they think strongly and persistently of any person incarnate in the body, their thought will be projected to the neighborhood of that person, right? The neighborhood of that person in exactly the same way as in telepathy between two living people. Not many souls, however, are successful in transmitting their thoughts because a certain skill is required. Most souls, recently dead, will visualize themselves according to their concept of themselves. I like to think of the Matrix. Remember in the Matrix how whenever they would project themselves back into the program, they'd be dressed as however they, their self-concept, however they think of themselves. Most souls, recently dead, will visualize themselves according to their concept of themselves. That is why the so-called ghost appears to his friends dressed as he was accustomed to be dressed, or the voice which comes through the medium resembles the voice employed by that soul in life. It is only after the soul has long been discarnate that he no longer employs his memory of his physical likeness to build a vehicle of communication, but appears rather in formless mist, which is interpreted as draperies and is colored according to the type of force he works with. I like how on The Sims, if your sim becomes a ghost, you can change the color of them according to their mood or whatever. So if you've got an angry sim, you can make him red, keep him as a red ghost. It's cool because I haven't played it much. I missed the game, honestly, but when you die on The Sims, if you want to keep playing as that character, they have now like a bucket list and like all these life choices. And you can continue on living as a ghost, trying to check off things from your bucket list and have certain experiences that you might not have had when you were alive. And once you've really done all those experiences and you really come to peace, you can choose to reincarnate, or you can choose to just dissolve at peace. I think that was really cool. I never got to reincarnate yet because I get so distracted in that game, but something to point out there. Okay. Now you have questioned much concerning the nature of the communicators who come to you. They are different entities. They are what they purport to be, coming in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. They do not tell you lies about themselves. All the same, communications may vary in accuracy and completeness. In the present case, variation is more likely to be in completeness than in accuracy. So you can count on it being accurate. It's just the completeness you might want to keep an eye out. Now, you have questioned, they impress the ideas in their mind upon the plastic matter in the mind of the medium. And she, to the best of her ability, reproduces that which is impressed upon her, and, as it were, acts the part of the speaker, reproducing mannerisms as well as ideas, because the transmitter visualizes his old personality. In order to make contact with the earth plane, he visualizes himself as embodied in a form and speaking with its lips. And the medium imitates the form as well as reproducing the words, because the impressions are received blended. Thus, the voice is the voice of Irving, but the mind is the mind of Shakespeare. A bad actor will interpret the part badly with his own mannerisms. He will not be able to get away from his own personality, but the great actor will express the author. That's deep right there. That's deep right there. A bad actor will interpret the part badly with his own mannerisms. He will not be able to get away from his own personality, but the great actor will express the author. What's that say about your individual incarnation and your soul? Got a lot of bad actors out here, huh? Bad actor. You a bad actor. You know that? See. This is what's wrong with y'all. Y'all some bad actors. So I got a problem with these bad actors, man. You got your mind all twisted up. You ain't nothing but a bad. So in this case, the malleable nature of the material and the power to withdraw part of the entity ensouled enables a sufficiently detailed and accurate impersonation to occur to enable you to distinguish people by their mannerisms, and the wide range of the mental content enables elaborate combinations of images to be achieved. Transmitters cannot transcend the mental content of a medium. Transmitters cannot transcend the mental contact of a medium. Only those ideas already in the mind can be used, but they do combine them into new patterns. Please understand that, right? This, oh my God, is if you're not really doing this stuff, it's not important. But if you've channeled before, if you work with psychic stuff, if you work with astral stuff, this has very deep implications for you. Because if you are one who channels spirits, if you work with the Goetia, if you work with angels, if you work with any type of entity, and you actually channel, you got to understand that. Look what it said: transmitters cannot transcend the mind, the mental content of a medium. So if you're the medium and you're communicating with the spirit, it has no choice but to use the ideas already in your mind. It uses the language of the concepts that are already in your head. And it might combine them into new patterns. It might shuffle some things around. But your limited mind is what any spirit uses, including God Almighty, to communicate with you. So for somebody like me, I don't know about you, but for somebody like me, I need to expand my library of correspondences so I can have as accurate a conversation as possible. Doesn't that just make clean common sense? I'd want to expand that library so wide that any type of message I get or any type of energy that I work with can communicate as clearly as possible. I think it just makes clean, perfect common sense. IDK, DKDF, peace. Producing music is the closest thing I have to channeling. Absolutely, my friend. I would say that is producing music was a training for me to really expand my ability to channel. Because you're absolutely right. Any artist, that's why I said earlier about what I said is about being an artist. Any artist, you're channeling. You don't create anything. This is the art of the fool. You are channeling. Now, eventually, as we get older, we get locked into the medium of what we channel and how we channel it, eventually. Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff. Okay, so as I mentioned, after each chapter, we're going to do this little, a brief recap, to make sure that we lock in the concepts. So let's do that now. Is that the right one? I think so. No, that's not it. Is this it? Wait a minute now. Oh. Alright, so I already did those two. I guess I gotta upload it. That'd be a good idea. Yeah, this is it. I think. Okay, so yeah, opening transmission. These images are designed to train the mind, not inform it. The voice speaking now is not Dion Fortune. It is one of the inner communicators. So this preface is the operating manual for the entire text. It tells us how to read, not as students of knowledge, but as students of consciousness. The purpose of the work, not descriptive. The doctrine does not map the universe, it reshapes perception. The alchemy of thought itself. So the whole backdrop of this is to think in patterns, not words. To think in relationships, not beliefs. A new type of reason. The process is akin to geometrical reasoning or algebraic symbols. The text should be read as occult geometry. We into that advanced stuff. It's real easy to get lost. That's why it's important to think in terms of pattern, not logic. Each metaphor, the rings, the atoms, the logos, each one of these function as an equation. The goal is conceptual discipline. Conceptual discipline, to train the perception to see. Train the perception to see motion, polarity, and rhythm, where the intellect only sees fact. The three functions of symbol. We've got the mirror, the lens, and the bridge. The mirror reflects aspects of the reader's own mind, revealing hidden structures. The lens focuses awareness beyond habitual thought into deeper dimensions. The bridge connects concrete reasoning to abstract intuition, spans worlds. Symbols as living operators, not illustrations. When contemplated, they reprogram the nervous system of thought. The training of the mind. Each part of this teaching should be passed through the mind repeatedly and arranged and rearranged to bring about its significance. Remember what I said about that Doth level, right? You start expanding the content to the point that the context changes. After a while of rearranging all the Lego pieces, you realize, whoa, it's all just Legos. Then you have a different way of existing now. You can't go back. Repetition is activation. Repetition is activation. The student learns by circling an idea until its motion reveals structure. Mental orbit unfolds meaning. So the 4 keys of approach. 1, contemplation. Read slowly, visualize, Pause after every image. Let the symbols breathe. 2. Imagination. Treat every description as a mandala in motion. See it alive. 3. Reflection. Observe emotional and mental reactions as part of the training. Reading becomes ritual. And 4. Integration. Translate symbols into lived awareness. You see the pattern in daily events. This is the teacher's voice. It is not the intention to teach facts, but to awaken faculties. That's what we're doing here in this book. Matthew Watson, peace, my friend. Good to see you. The communicating entity positions itself as an architect of cognition. The student's mind is the laboratory in which the cosmos is rebuilt in miniature. Knowledge is not given, it is grown inside you through contact with archetypal motion. Psychological parallels. In modern language, this is metaphysical neuroplasticity. It's beyond linear logic. It trains perception to move into multidimensional awareness, active imagination, pattern recognition. It's not what you see, but how. So beware literalism, right? Literal interpretation, it breaks the current. It freezes the flow. Try your best to not do that. Overanalysis kills living motion. It dissects what should remain whole. The safe way is to approach with symbolic flexibility and inner stillness. And I would say patience. I would add to that patience. To learn, you must unlearn literalism. So in the inner laboratory, this is where you want to take each chapter as a meditation chamber. Let the symbols arise in vision. You see the spinning rings, the intersecting spheres. Feel forces returning upon themselves. Allow intuition to organize meaning. So as you read the words of the text, you want to play the movie in your mind. Over time, this method builds psychic architecture, your own inner temple of the logos. This is exactly what she did with the mystical Kabbalah, which is why it is such a powerful text. It's not just a teaching about Kabbalah. It helps you and leads you and guides you to build the psychic architecture so that it can exist in your mind. Y'all got to peep the science, man. Y'all got to peep the science. This is how it's working. The great teacher leads you to build these structures in your psychic aura so that you can experience the flow of this energy. If you don't have a form for it, it's not going to enter your life. Or at least it's not going to stay because it doesn't have a place to stay. That's why you got to build the inner temple. Integration with practice. Apply the principle to everything. When it comes to studying spirits, visualize relationships, not just an entity. When it comes to meditating, think in curves, returns, orbits. Feel the motion that you're a part of. When it comes to teaching, speak in patterns that awaken. It's not about instructing. The subconscious mind communicates through symbol. The Magus trains minds through motion, not memorization. So closing transmission of this particular intro chapter. The purpose of these teachings is to give the mind a means of grasping that which cannot otherwise be conveyed. Like what was said, it's helping you to build the architecture in your inner temple. So the words are vessels of energy, not containers of meaning, vessels of vibes. The real communication happens between the lines in silence. To study the Cosmic Doctrine is to tune the soul to the rhythm of the logos. Music. So again, these images are designed to train the mind, not inform it. Let it spiral through your awareness until the words dissolve into pure motion. Notice what changes on the inside. Notice how it leads you to observe without judgment. Allow the transformation. The mind is the instrument. All right, so let's carry on to section 1, the first official chapter, and then we're going to wrap it up after this. So tonight we're going to get to this, chapter 1. It's been 4.5 hours. I appreciate you for sticking around because this is some solid transformational information. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for spending your Friday evening in class, and I hope that your subconscious mind is receiving something that can help it to expand its understanding. For sure. For sure. All right. All right. Who's still awake? Who's still learning? Who's still activated? By the way, if you're interested in the slides that I've got here, you can download them. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. I kind of like this. I think I'll continue doing it if you guys don't mind. I know it adds a little bit of time to the presentation, but you know, I'm sure by now if you click on this video, you know it's about to be 4 or 5 hours, which shouldn't be too bad because you know we've done much longer live streams. I've done live streamed on here for so long it's stopped recording. I think 22 hours is the limit of the recording. But yeah, appreciate you rocking and rolling with me. Excuse me, Sunday. It's still Saturday for me. It's still Saturday for me. How about that? How about that? No face divination. Welcome, welcome, my friend. Proteus Seer of Eons, still locked in. Still locked in. Awesome. Night Creatrix still in the building. See, Night Creatrix was here. Was part of those early ass, long ass live streams, right? Bear witness. You can bear witness. We done did these streams so long. So yeah, 4 hours is nothing. It's nothing. Be a crackhead. I got a hold of the wrong stuff. We climbed up in the tree and tried to play a leprechaun. Fuck it. I love that
Could
lady.
be a crackhead that got hold to the wrong stuff. And it told him to get up in a tree and play a leprechaun.
But when you meet the Georgia Bulldog, you're gonna feel the bulldog bite. Okay, section 1, the first manifestation. Now that we are primed and prepped, our minds understand the mission, we know the assignment. Let's get on with the first chapter. We are no more crackheads, no more leprechauns. We are students of the occult. to the nitty gritty. Guard! Guard! All right, the first manifestation. Knowledge falls into two divisions: the record of facts and the explanation thereof. Knowledge falls into two divisions: the record of facts and the explanation thereof. Knowledge can only consist of that which is present in the mind. That which does not enter the mind cannot be known. Therefore, you can only know that which you have senses to interpret to you. As new senses open up, more planes of existence can be known. There is, however, a limit to the knowledge of the infinite. Perception ceases at the barrier of manifestation. Of that which lies beyond, we can only know by analogy. We can only know by analogy, which is fine, because it's not about the literal words. It's about your mind being able to swim. The unmanifest is pure existence. We cannot say of it that it is not. Although it is not manifest, it is. It is the source from which all arises. It is the only reality. It alone is substance. It alone is stable. All else is an appearance and a becoming. Of this unmanifest, we can only say it is. It is the verb to be turned back upon itself. It is a state of pure being without qualities and without history. I'm going to run that back. It is a state of pure being without qualities and without history. You got to grasp it. You got to grasp it. Kether is a pure, well, shit, we even before Kether, if you know Kabbalah, we even before Kether. She said it is a state of being without qualities and without history. So yeah, even the Fool card wouldn't be the perfect card to hold up, because this card actually has a history. So again, we're before that. We're before that. All we can say of it is that it is not anything that we know. For if we know anything, it must be in manifestation for us to know it. That's simple, plain, common sense, right? If we know anything, it must be in manifestation for us to know it. And if it is in manifestation, guess what? It is not unmanifest. Therefore, the very fact that we can know it proves that it is not unmanifest. The unmanifest is the great negation. At the same time, it is the infinite potentiality which has not occurred. You say, what? The unmanifest is the great negation. At the same time, it is the infinite potentiality which has not occurred. It is best conceived of under the image of interstellar space. That's the best you're going to get. Until NASA and the government give us a better symbol, which they tried to with the black hole, right? The government. All in the occult teachings, you have been given certain images under which you are instructed to think of certain things. These images are not descriptive, but symbolic, and are designed to train the mind, not inform it. Therefore, you may think of the unmanifest as interstellar space, and of the Logos as a sun surrounded by his solar system of planets, and of the emanations of the Logos as rays. The unmanifest is the only unity. The only unity. The only unity. I Am That I Am says, thanks for the PDFs, bro. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad that you appreciate that. I appreciate that you appreciate that. Hopefully, they help some of these concepts to linger. Ray's Ed Joe says, signs and symbols for the conscious mind man. Peace and greetings, Ray's. Well, I repeat at the same time you did. The government. The government wouldn't do that. That's illegal. The government would never lie to us. So the unmanifest is the only unity. Manifestation begins when duality occurs. The prime duality is space and movement. The first manifestation was a current in space. The metaphor I must use may convey nothing to your mind. All I can say is that space was moving. You will find these clues are a clue to much. So when she says that space was moving, I got to choose my words carefully, right? Do you get an understanding of that? Do you get an understanding of that? I don't mean do the words make sense. I mean, like, do you get an understanding of that concept that space was moving? And that's the first manifestation, which means that before that was unity. Do you get something that comes to, like, I'm trying to choose my words. I don't want to say an image. I don't want to say something that comes to mind, but does something happen in your inner awareness when you think about that concept? Fuck it. For me, my conception when I think about this is, you could almost say like a giant ocean, a giant pool, right? And that the water looks perfectly still, but if you were to somehow zoom in, each individual particle is moving so fast in such perfect unity that it looks still. That's what I see. Specifically, I see a giant pool with 3 pools in it. Almost like that 3, like, you ever seen a yin yang? Well, imagine a yin yang with like 3 parts instead of just 2. I see a yin yang with like 3 sections, and it looks perfectly still, but the truth is it's moving and it's swirling so harmoniously that it doesn't look like it's moving at all. That's what I see when I think about this. I know where the whole point is that there is no conception of this because this is happening pre-conception. This is unmanifest. But at least what helps me to get there is by seeing movement that is so perfect and in such harmony that it doesn't appear to be moving at all. Almost like a spinning top. Or if you're looking out your car window and you see the wheel of a car spinning so fast that it looks solid and still. That's what I see. So the first manifestation was a current in space. The metaphor I must use may convey nothing to your mind. All I can say is that space was moving. You will find these clues are a clue to much. Cosmic puzzle pieces. That's how I see Shiva. Yeah, man. Yeah, accurate, right? And specifically 3 because of the 3 gunas. It's the image that I created, but yeah, I deem that image to be accurate enough. It unlocked something for me and turned on a light bulb when I was thinking about this book after the first read. Now, when space moves, it has this peculiar quality. Being frictionless, it never loses momentum, but continues to flow. So think about that. You've got this infinite space, and it itself moves, not something in it, right? We're not talking about planets in space. We're not talking about comets and rocks. We're not talking about galaxies. I mean, space itself is moving. That's what she's saying. So space itself. And you're like, well, what is moving? Space is empty, right? It's not empty. We just don't have the eyes to perceive what it actually is. But anyways, there's nothing to stop it. There's no friction. So since if infinite space is moving, that movement literally just continues eternally, forever. Forever. So look, now when space moves, it has this peculiar quality. Being frictionless, it never loses momentum, but continues to flow. When space moves, 2 forces are at work. A, the force which causes it to move, being the desire of space for momentum. And B, the force which had hitherto caused it not to move, being the desire of space for inertia. So just off the strength of this preeminent, pre-existing primordial movement, just off of that being a reality, by default, momentum, the desire for momentum exists, and by default, the desire for inertia exists. So simply with manifestation beginning, automatically, systematically, momentum and inertia come as part of the picture. The cause is the effect is bundled up in the cause. The effect is bundled up in the cause. So as soon as movement happens, by default, inertia exists and momentum exists. That's your Trinity right there. That's your Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva right there. And that's why it's inherent from the very beginning. That's it. There's your Tamas and there's your Rajas. And Sattva is where it all takes place. These 2 factors are present in all motion, but the desire for movement, being the stronger, overcomes the desire for inertia. And the desire for inertia continues as a check upon the movement. Check. Therefore, the movement is pulled upon slightly. So look, even though momentum overcomes inertia, inertia is still there. So no, there's no friction, but that movement is being pulled on just a little bit because the inertia is always present. Right? We're just getting started now. Don't fall asleep yet. The desire for movement being the stronger overcomes the desire for inertia, and the desire for inertia continues as a check upon the movement. Therefore, the movement is pulled upon slightly. That is why there is no such thing as a straight line in the cosmos. All movement, therefore, has a slight curve in its projection. Therefore, eventually it returns to the spot whence it first started and forms a spinning ring. So you see that? Space itself, empty. Nothing. Nothing. Yet movement is happening. Movement exists. And because movement exists, just because it exists, there's momentum and inertia. Just because. Off rip, off top, off the string. Now, because momentum exists and inertia exists at the same time, that movement will be affected by those 2. You can think of it as like pleasure and pain even. But because inertia exists on that momentum, it's pulling it just a little bit. So if you just press play and fast forward and let it run, that's not going to be a straight line. That's going to be a circle. It is going to come back around to the beginning. It's inevitable. That's just how it works. That's why everything in this universe spirals. Easy stuff, right? Now she mentions, what's she mention? Figure 1. Let's take a quick look at figure 1. I forgot about all the figures in this book. I might need to get them all out independently. Is that one? Yep, that's one. Yeah, here's the good stuff. See that? You know what time it is. The ring cosmos, the ring chaos, both rings, currents of both rings organized into disks. So look, you see what's about to happen here. You got one ring moving in one direction, right? It would have been a straight line if it weren't for the inherent pull of inertia. So it becomes a circle. Now you know we're about to get into this next circle, this next ring. By the way, that line becomes a ring because it goes back to the beginning. Those rings have currents because the space around them is moving too. The disks begin to solidify. All right. So there's your figure 1, 2, 3, and 4. Figure 1 is ring cosmos. Figure 2 is the ring chaos. Figure 3 is the currents of both rings. And figure 4 is when they become disks. So that's what she's going to mention. So I don't have to flip back and forth a bunch of times. You probably got the book by now anyway. So all movement eventually returns to the spot where it started and forms a spinning ring. Now the prime movement is just a flowing of space. So again, it's not stuff that's moving. We're not even at planets yet. We're not even at galaxies yet, or asteroids or comets or 3-1 Atlas, 3-1I Atlas. Literally just space is moving. Potential is swirling. Now the prime movement is just a flowing of space that returns after long eons whence it started, and then renews its journey. This sets up a spinning belt of enormous circumference. This belt spins on one plane for immense eons of time. So we talk about a long time. It's so long you might as well stop thinking about it. It becomes a disk eventually, because that empty space is moving and it's carving out a groove in existence. It's becoming something simply because it exists. Wowzer. This belt spins on one plane for immense eons of time. Spins with a changeless spinning. But its tendency is to communicate its motion to the space about it. So its tendency is to communicate its motion to the space around it, which leads more space to flow in the spinning direction. All this, remember, is a metaphor, right? Because there's not actually anything moving. This is all a metaphor. Oracle Messenger says like a flowing river. Yes. Yes. So the spinning in one plane continues until the stresses which it generates evokes a new movement. And a second current in space is set up at right angles to the first. And the same process is repeated. These spinning planes of force may be conceived of as resembling the rings of Saturn. Just like the rings of Saturn. Now we have two spinning planes, which at 2 points cut each other. And it is worthy of note that the second plane forms outside the first and is therefore larger in diameter. For countless eons, these planes spin at right angles to each other, and the whole of evolution turns upon the difference in size between the planes. When the larger has got up to the same speed as the smaller and older, it commences to attract one aspect of it. The consequence being that the older circle is drawn towards the newer. So can you picture that? The flat ring is spinning, and it's been spinning longer. That it automatically generates a second ring that is 90 degrees perpendicular. If the first ring is going left and right, this new ring is going up and down. And it's formed just off of the movement of space. And these things are moving infinitely through time. So that second ring is larger than the first, like the rings of Saturn. It's larger than the first. Now, eventually, when that larger ring goes faster and faster and faster and it catches up to the smaller ring, what happens now is that the smaller ring on the inside, the first ring going left and right, it starts to be pulled towards the larger one. It's starting to be attracted towards the larger ring. Right? So while the larger one has got up to the same speed as the smaller and the older, it commences to attract one aspect of it. It attracts one aspect of the older first ring. The consequence being that the older circle is drawn towards the newer. Now, if you've already read this, you know what's about to happen next. But if you haven't, you can kind of picture that. You can kind of picture that the first ring might even be kind of throwing stuff off of it. And what it's throwing off is being pulled in by the second ring. Almost like it's feeding the next ring. You can see that, right? Now, the first circle must be conceived of as having an upper and lower surface. The upper surface of the outflowing arc may be conceived of as positive and the lower as negative. The reverse is the case of the inflowing arc. Likewise with the second circle to arise. So with that flat disk, of course, you got a top and a bottom. You got a top surface and a bottom surface of that flat disk. Likewise, on the 90-degree second disk, you've got a left surface and a right surface. You can say one's positive and one's negative. So we can say the top, imagine it almost like a spinning plate. The top of the plate we could say is positive, the bottom of the plate we could say is negative. And then with the up and down plate, spin the up and down CD disk, we can say that the left side is positive, the right side is negative. So just based off of that, it's going to be a positive positive, a positive negative, a negative positive, and a negative negative. Just off of that, right? So the one becomes 2, becomes 3, becomes 4. You see that without a stretch of the mind, without like being mystical and spooky. Oneness became 2, 2 became 3, and now 3 is becoming 4. You see how that is, you don't have to say anything crazy, anything like weird or something that you can't picture. Like, this is how the beginning came to where it is. Mind you, there is nothing solid or concrete here yet. This is literally all pure motion. This is the primordial. The tree of life ain't even created yet. We in the triple blackness of space. There's nothing to see here. So the positive and the negative, right? The top surface of the plate positive, the bottom of the plate negative, the left side of the plate positive, the right side negative. Marwa Fakir, peace and greetings. Glad you can make it. Glad you can make it. Hope you're having a wonderful day. All right, so these circles are mutually attracting and repelling each other. They're mutually attracting and repelling each other, so that you conceive the upper surface of the outflowing arc of the first circle being positive, rising up towards its corresponding aspect of the second circle, and the lower circle in its returning arc pressing downwards, so that you get a second movement imparted to the spinning disk. When the secondary movement has completed its first circuit and set up its steady revolution, the new cosmos is in being. That's your melanin. That's your melanin. All right, so I want to make sure that, because here's the problem I had last time. When I read this book the first time on live, it was some parts that I didn't quite understand, and I just kept running through it. And what ended up happening was I couldn't build a full picture because there was some small part that I missed in the beginning, and it didn't make complete sense. So I'm doing everything I can to make sure that don't happen this time, to the point that I'm making PowerPoints after each chapter. Hopefully this is more clear than it was previously. With that being said, let me go back through this part right here, because I know the positive and the negative parts of this got me a little bit tripped up. These circles are mutually attracting and repelling each other. So we're talking about the ring chaos and the ring cosmos. They're mutually attracting and repelling each other. So both of the rings have a positive side and negative side. So that you can conceive the upper surface of the outflowing arc of the first circle being positive, rising upwards to the top of that spinning first circle, the top of that disc. We can say it kind of rises upward, has a tendency to rise up towards the positive aspect of the other ring. Yeah, this might be the part where I need the blackboard. Because if we got a positive, then we can say that maybe the energy is pushing out. If we've got a positive, negative, that would mean that the energy is going up and in. If we got a negative, positive, that means it's going down and out. And if we got a negative, negative, that means it would be going in and in. I see it. Okay, so these circles are mutually attracting and repelling each other, so that you conceive the upper surface of the outflowing arc of the first circle being positive, rising up towards its corresponding aspect in the second circle. The lower circle, in its returning arc, pressing downwards, so that you get a second movement imparted to the spinning disc. When this secondary movement has completed its first circuit and set up its steady revolution, the new cosmos is in being. That is the prime beginning of a cosmos expressed in the nearest approximate metaphor. The secondary spin of the first surface is the ring pass knot. And the circuit of the second formation is that sphere which sets a bound to chaos. On the outer sphere, there is a secondary derivation. And though a spinning circle of motion represents for that cosmos the prime stillness, the immobility in which it is rooted, it is the thrust block of the force of the cosmos, that which resists, which alone enables momentum to be achieved. And you may call it the ring chaos, the prime evil. There's your prime evil right there, the ring chaos. Did it do something bad? No. It's just the opposite correspondence to the first ring. That's all. You may call it the ring chaos, the prime evil. It is evolved from the reaction of the prime force in order to take its thrust. It spins at right angles to the prime spin. It counteracts it. It was the attraction of the ring chaos inducing a secondary spin in the ring cosmos, which forms the ring pass knot. So now we've got these three rings. Now that movement in the ring cosmos, spinning in one plane and rotating while it spins, as if upon an axis, sets the bounds beyond which the creatures of that universe cannot pass. Even in thought, you can't even think your way outside of the ring pass knot. That's cool. But this universe is a sphere encircled by two lines of force, the ring cosmos and the ring chaos, rotating at right angles to each other. All right, so I trust that you're able to envision that. I trust that you'd be able to envision that. If you were to look at it dead on, it would probably even look like a circle with a cross inside of it. One ring going left and right, one ring going up and down, and one ring surrounding the first two. Oh my. Bless me. The momentum of the ring cosmos is the source of force form. Excuse me, the momentum of the ring cosmos, the first one, the first ring, is the source of force from which evolution draws its momentum. So this first swirling, this first spinning, shit, that's where all the prana comes from. That's where all the motion of existence comes from in the first place. And the rotation of the ring chaos is the source of force from which dissolution draws its power. So creation and destruction draw their power from these first two rings. These first two rings, the cause and the effect bundled up together. Lewis says forms a cross at a certain angle. 2 angles to be specific. Wow. That's your melanin. Check. So evolution is a thrust from the surface towards the center. Devolution or dissolution is a suction into outer space. Ooh, dang. So really, you've got 4 quadrants. If you look at that properly, you've got like 4 quadrants of motion. You've got positive, positive, which looks like it's both being pulled towards the center, being pulled towards outer space. You got positive, positive. Then you got positive, negative, which is being pulled towards the center. Then you got negative, negative, which I would imagine is really being pulled towards the center. Then you got negative, positive, which is also being pushed towards outer space. So evolution is a thrust from the surface towards the center, and devolution or dissolution is a suction into outer space. The ring chaos does not belong to the universe it encircles. It belongs to outer space. Okay, now that just opened up something for me. That is an important point in connection with it. Yeah, that just opened up something for me. Because what she said previously was that the ring chaos is larger than the ring cosmos. They don't actually touch. So in a big way, the ring cosmos, that first ring, it's spinning and it's creating its own boundary. And that's that. It's got an inside and it's got an outside. Now that outside, what that actually is the reaction to that spinning. I don't think there's any way around me actually drawing this out. Not just for you, but also for me. I need some paper now. We're going to have to illustrate this time. Yeah. How are we going to do this? Maybe like this, I suppose. All right, so check this out. So we got the ring cosmos, which is going around like this, right? So it's going around, going around, going around. And I think that, yeah, what she said was that there's a reaction in space to that. There's a reaction in space to that. So you can say that there's just pure empty nothingness, right? If we were to start from the beginning, there's movement. Yeah, we'll do it right here. So there's movement, right? And that movement is actually pulling space with it. You see that? So it's pulling it. It's like building a trail. I don't know if you can see that. I'm sure you can. So it's like as movement goes, as movement is moving in that direction, it's like it's dragging space with it. It's dragging space with it. You see that? So you can imagine that over time, as this movement is rotating on its plane, it's dragging the space around it with it. So it's not just the ring. Around that ring, there's a pull too. All this is invisible, by the way. But eventually, there's an area where that pull doesn't affect, right? So and here's the axis. I'm just going to draw that. So why not? So let's say that this spinning disc has been moving for so long, and it's been dragging the space around it for so long, that there's actually a boundary. There's a boundary that isn't affected by that drag, by that pull. Everything inside of this circle is swirling in a circle to the left, going around, right? Everything outside the circle, it's not moving like that because it's not affected by that pull. There's a boundary to the influence of this pull. Now, what's naturally happening is that movement is kind of folding in on itself. There's another motion that's happening. There's an up and down motion that's happening too. So in other words, there's a point where the outside perimeter is being pulled, but not pulled as much. So it's actually going in a different direction. It's actually curving down to the point that it becomes a spin going this way, right? It's a spin now, it's going this way. So now the spin's going up and down because that's the perimeter and the boundary of the space that's being dragged and pulled by that first ring. And there's a point where the space stops being pulled this way and starts being pulled this way. So there's a little gap, basically. There's a little gap between the influence of the ring cosmos and the ring chaos. There's a gap. And this is important for me to point out because there's an influence here in that gap. And what's happening is there's some aspects of the ring cosmos that are being pulled out towards that gap. And there's some aspects that are being pulled in, because the top of this disk is positive and the bottom of this disk is negative. So that means that the stuff the movement that's happening above this disk is kind of floating out. And what's happening here is it's floating in, it's floating down and floating up. But because the influence of this ring chaos, this external disk, what's on this side of the disk is positive, pushing out that way. What's on this side of the disk is pushing this way. So really we got 4 quadrants that are happening here. 4 quadrants that are happening here. I hope this is helpful, because trust me, to grasp this makes everything else make more sense. But I'm drawing this because of a line she said. She said that evolution is a thrust from the surface towards the center. She said devolution or dissolution is a suction into outer space. So there's some processes here that are being thrust from the surface towards the center. That's called evolution. And there's a process of devolution or dissolution where something's being sucked into outer space. It's leaving this. Now she said that the ring chaos, here's what triggered something for me. This is the ring cosmos, the first spin. The ring chaos is this up and down spin. Now what I just learned here, what I just realized, is that this ring chaos is outside of the perimeter of the ring cosmos. So it's a different spin. They're not touching. They're not touching like that. She ain't really messing with him like that. It's a difference. What's another metaphor? It's like a wheel within a wheel. It's like a ball within a ball. It's like a sphere within a sphere, right? And the inside sphere is spinning to the left. The outside sphere is spinning up and down. That's what it is. Now, with that being said, there's a little gap in between those. There's a little gap in between those. I hope somebody getting it. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Look, this dude said, what is this satanic crap? You dumbass. I want you to look at this picture and tell me exactly what the satanic part is. Is it the circle? Is it the straight line? Maybe it's the arrow. I'd block you, but my hands are full with this knowledge. So we got the first plane, the ring cosmos, that's spinning in this direction. We got the second one that's going in this direction. Now we got the positive, which is one surface of that first plane moving upward, and the negative, which is the other moving downward. So what did she say here? She said that the ring chaos does not belong to the universe it encircles, right? So it does not belong to the universe it encircles. It belongs to outer space. So this is what triggered me down. This internal sphere belongs to the ring cosmos. This outside ring, this is all the rest of space. It's all the rest of space. So basically, we've got an inner and an outer. It's not just a ring, it's everything out here. It's everything out here. You get me? It's everything out here. Now, all this out here, guess what? Just like what happened in this first case, this first spin made a sphere moving left to right. Now this outer spin is creating another sphere. It's creating another sphere that's moving up and down. So we got 2 spheres rotating, one to the left and right, one up and down. Now, the final thing that I want to point out here is the inner sphere. We got 4 quadrants. That was what I wanted to point out. There's 4 quadrants now. There's a motion here that's being pushed up and being pushed out because of these 2 spheres interacting with each other, with these 2 motions. So there's one movement that's being pulled out into outer space. And eventually, It's going to cross the barrier here and enter into that other dimension. Same thing happening here. We've got a motion that's going up and out. It's going to this outer dimension, just in a different angle. Now here we got a motion that's going down and over here also down and over. Okay, let me rephrase that. Let me redraw that. So this first plane here, you got motion going up, and there's motion that's going up. That's what it is. That's what it is. So there's one motion going up, and that's going up and away from the disk, and then there's a motion that's going up and towards the disk. Okay, that's more accurate. Excuse me, that's more accurate. Same thing with the outer ring chaos. There's motion that's pushing away from it, and there's motion that's pushing into it. All right, does that make sense? I hope I didn't confuse anybody, because I got confused for a second. So with that being said, now you got one motion that's being pushed towards outside, but on this side you got a motion that's being pushed towards inside. Down here you've got a motion that's being pushed towards the inside, and also over here up towards the inside, towards the center, right? So this quadrant is actually going up to the center. If nothing else, just understand the fact that we've got these two rings here that create two spheres that are moving in different directions, one left and right, one up and down. And within the spheres, you can say that there's 4 quadrants. One quadrant is moving towards the center, one quadrant is moving away. The other two are kind of like in between. One's more towards leaving, the other's more towards integrating. The other thing to understand also is that there's a third perimeter now that the combined motion of these two rings create. That's called the ring pass knot, and nothing escapes that, because that's the boundary of experience in total. All right. Let me know if that has at least made some sort of conceptual clarity. It ain't supposed to make logical sense, but your mind is supposed to be able to kind of swim with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should be able to at least picture it or feel it or something of that nature. Matthew Watson says, this is why they call it the outer rim in all the sci-fi movies, Star Wars, Aliens, etc. The source wall to all the DC fans. What is all this satanic crap? You brought that in. There's literally nothing here that could have made you say that. You came in the door with that on your stank ass breath. That was on your crusty lips when you entered the door. Boy, I tell you what. Whoa, Kimosabe. Back to the lobby. All right, so got that out the way. I hope that helps. Magic Marcel says, makes sense visually. Thanks. Awesome. Just, draw it out yourself and then maybe just think about it a bit. The ring chaos does not belong to the universe it encircles, but to outer space. This is an important point in connection with it. The ring cosmos, the first ring, has its desires turned towards the sphere it encircles. The ring chaos, the up and down ring, has its desires towards the space that encircles it. So one's going to inner space, one's going to outer space. The ring cosmos seeks to extend the circle. The ring chaos seeks to expand the circumference. The ring cosmos tends to solidify by contraction. Sounds like the feminine aspect. Sounds like Binah. Sounds like contracting cells into a little baby body. The ring chaos to return to the unmanifest, whence it arose. And therefore, if its influence were unchecked, its desire would be to reduce the universe it encircles to nothingness. Don't that sound like some villains you might know? Matthew Watson mentioned the DC universe. Don't that sound like some villains you may have heard of? Or even some entities you may have heard of? The ring chaos seeks to return to the unmanifest. What's so bad about that? What's so evil about that? That's the fear of the dark side. That's the fear of the evil, the darkness. That's what these people scared of. The ring chaos is desires to return to the unmanifest, whence it arose. And therefore, if its influence were unchecked, to reduce the universe it encircles to nothingness. Now you see where those type of villains come from, what they're representing. It's not evil as in, like, good and bad don't even exist here no more. We're talking about two behaviors of cosmic power. One to create, one to destroy. That's your Brahma, Shiva. The ring cosmos, if its influence was unchecked, would be static in the immediate present, frozen. And isn't that what the good guys want? The good guys want to maintain order and maintain the system. Man, I hope you're getting this. I hope you're getting this. I hope you're getting this. These two influences are the source of all the force in the cosmos. The source of all the force in the cosmos. The ring cosmos, because it concretes, it builds up. The ring chaos, because it diffuses, never grows. Powerful stuff. And nothing escapes this. Nothing is beyond this. Nothing is more important than this. This is the ultimate base reality right here. Matthew Watson says the anti-monitor. You know, I was fishing, dude. I didn't have anybody in mind, and I was hoping that you would provide somebody for me to go look up. Thank you for that. Minza Khaleesi says, how does this connect to scalar energy? I don't know. I have not looked into scalar energy enough to give an answer for that. But it sounds like you can. It sounds like you can. Magic Marcel says, this also brings another dimension to things we call on calling us. Boom, right? And this should bring another dimension to most everything. Most everything. She went through extensively the first 21 pages of this book, basically helping us to see that all of existence is subjective and nothing really means what it means. We're given it meaning. And furthermore, we can't conceptualize anything other than what's already in our heads. So when these forces pull on us and we pull towards them, the dialogue is going to be simply what's already in our minds. Now, what makes a person advanced or not is if we're able to read what's happening beyond the symbols that are being used to communicate. How to read between the lines, so to speak, right? So yeah. The spirit's calling on us or us calling on them. There's something deeper happening here, right? And if within our database, if all we can think about is heaven and hell, then of course we've got an extremely limited vocabulary. And we can't talk to the universe the way it wants to talk to us. But when you expand that library of correspondences, good God Almighty, things change. Alchemy Gold says, is Saturn Lord of the Rings? Maybe in the finite existence, right? Maybe to our manifest reality. But these forces that we're describing right now pre-exist what we call Saturn. This pre-exists, this is preeminent. This is before it. We haven't even manifested yet. What's being described here? We haven't even got to the manifestation point. So you could say that Saturn would be a representative and probably the best example that a human being can fathom. But like what I said about history, let's go back even further. Who are we before that? Ashley B says, bring solvate et coagula to mind. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. Alchemic Mind says, O.M. Goddess, the Unbreakable Trilogy. My brain is totally on fire right now. Oh, Unbreakable. Listen, whenever you see 3, there are the Gunas. There are the Gunas, period. Every single time you see 3, there are the Gunas. Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Every time. Matthew Watson says Chinook from Mortal Kombat is another good example. Okay, so we got Chinook and we got anti-monitor. Write that down on my piece of paper. Returning to the unmanifest don't really sound like a bad idea. You ain't got to pay bills. You ain't got to worry about calories. You know what I'm saying? Unmanifest don't sound so bad. You don't have to desire things you don't have. You don't have to feel pain. I'm just saying. Maybe Thanos was right. Type beat. Danny Mason Bay says generator, operator, destroyer. Exactly, right? Exactly. And this is why God is the prime, because it exists on every level. From beginning to the end. Losers lose and winners win. Now, these 2 rings we will call good and evil, life and death, light and darkness, spirit and matter, being and not being, God and devil, because each of these potencies has its root in its respective ring. But let it be clearly conceived that the ring good and the ring evil are not good and evil as you understand them, but merely spinning circles of force at right angles to each other, at right angles to each other, at right angles to each other, and therefore in opposition. And it is merely the angle of the first to arise, which is called good. And the angle in opposition to the prime plane is called evil. And it might well be that in another cosmos, the first plane would begin to spin at another angle, the angle of your evil. It would still be good. We talking context over content, baby. Context over content. But y'all don't hear me. You still looking for a boogeyman. You still looking for the bad guy. You still looking for someone and something to call evil. It is merely the angle of the first to arise, which is called good, and the angle in opposition to the prime plane is called evil. And it might well be that in another cosmos, the first plane would begin to spin at another angle, the angle of your evil. It would still be good to its cosmos, because good and evil do not depend upon any plane or angle, but are simply relative to each other. Shish kebab. Good and evil do not depend upon any plane or angle, but are simply relative to each other.
You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
That's the clip I gotta get next. The first force to arise is called good, because from it arises the line of force called evolution. All subsequent secondary forces are measured by that standard. Insofar as they move in the same angle, they are reckoned to be good. So you telling me good is only dependent on the motion of your commotion. If you're moving along with the cosmos, it's good. But if you're moving at the 90-degree angle opposite, then you are evil. It's that simple. Notice it's nothing to do with what you did. It's the motion. Insofar as they approach to a right angle, right? The closer they are to that right angle, they are reckoned to be in opposition and are called evil. Evil is simply that which is moving in the opposite direction to evolution. Evil is that which approaches the plane of movement of the ring chaos, and therefore tends to revert to the unmanifest. Evil is leading you to the unmanifest. Uh-oh. This got me thinking now. Y'all remember this guy who had videos on YouTube called Bobby Hemmett? And he made this video a long time ago talking about what if God was the devil? What if the devil was God? Y'all remember that? Y'all remember when that rapper called Pastor Troy had a song called Vice Versa? Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? Because if one plane is pulling us toward creation and one plane is pulling us towards uncreation, I'm just saying. I mean, who knows? Who cares? Evil is simply that which is moving in the opposite direction to evolution. That's it. That's it. Evil is that which approaches the plane of movement of the ring chaos, and therefore tends to revert to the unmanifest. That's it. All evil that builds up with a universe is attracted towards the ring chaos and is self-destroyed. It's self-destroyed. Because the very name evil means a force which tends to non-existence. This stuff is so good. This stuff is so good. I can't imagine coming up in this live stream talking about what is this satanic shit. This is boring and stupid. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. With the first name, Magi, I can't imagine doing it. So we almost there. We're almost there. Just another page and we're there. So you can conceive of evil under two aspects. Now listen close, pay attention. We got these two aspects that we're going to conceive of evil. Okay? Number one, A, that which enables you to lock up the forces of good by opposition and to secure stability, a foothold. Evil enables you to get a purchase on space. I'll read it again. The first definition of evil, or the first way to conceive of evil, that which enables you to lock up the forces of good by opposition and so secure stability, a foothold. Evil enables you to get a purchase on space. And B, evil, if allowed to function unopposed, is the scavenger of the gods. The scavenger of the gods. Therefore said the Great One, our master, Resist not evil. When you resist evil, you lock up good. You lock up the force of good, which holds the evil inert. This serves no useful purpose, unless you have a superabundance of good, which shall stand upon the platform thus formed and leap up from it to greater heights. You shouldn't even be worried about fighting evil unless you got enough good to bounce off of that fight and spring to a higher level. If you're engaged in combat with evil, guess what? Your good is now locked up. If you engage in combat with evil, what did Jesus say? Jesus said, resist not the devil. That's what he said. Resist not the devil. If you're engaged in combat with the forces of evil, then your good is now locked up in combat with the forces of evil. Instead of doing something productive, you on social media posting all day, free Palestine, instead of doing something with that energy. Oh, I'm spreading awareness. For who? People who already know. That's the whole purpose of evil, to lock up good. It's just opposition of forces. Oh no, that's a good one. Yeah, that is a good one. Trav, you've also got to get a clip of holes. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad. Yeah, I got to get that one. Let me write that down. You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Which one of y'all kicked me? Evil is good. I fell asleep watching that video a couple of days ago. Sanguine Crimson says, and firefighters fight fire with fire. Nod. Or was it not fire with which they fight? Uh-oh. Was watching Prometheus with my girl tonight, and now I'm starting to see why the engineers made the xenomorph in the first place. Okay. Now take that line of thought and apply it to our current social climate and what's happening in the world and all the different things that are going on today. Take that same train, that same line of thinking, and apply it to what's actually happening right now. Very cool, right? Good Lord. Where's my pen? Okay, so you can conceive of evil under two aspects. One, that which enables you to lock up the forces of good. And by the way, in case we forgot, because that's the problem with the words. The words, we have a symbol and a story associated with them. So even though we just read that, when you hear good and evil, you're still thinking good is for the good guys, evil is bad, stay away from evil, that's dangerous and terrible. But good in this case, we're talking about the occult, we're talking about metaphysics. Good implies that which tends toward creation, and evil implies that which tends towards uncreation. That's it. No story attached to that. Unless, of course, you identify with something. If you identify with the created, then you're going to cheer for the good. If you identify with the uncreated, you're going to cheer for the evil. That's the content. But zoom out for the context and see that your very identification with things is what's causing your suffering. Because even the bad guy suffers, don't he? The good guys suffer and the bad guys suffer. Because they both want stuff. And they both lose stuff. Because they both have to exist for each other's balance. You're not going to rid the world of evil. You're not going to rid the world of good. At the fundamental level of existence, that's not even possible. At the fundamental level of existence, that's not even possible. So why are we engaged in a fight? Therefore, it is not enough to meet hate with love. It's not enough to meet evil with good. This is the course of the ignorant. Let that simmer just a little bit. And the reason why exoteric religion has made so little impression in the world. You must hate with hate sufficiently to cause a locking up of the force. You must hate the hate, and having rendered evil inert by opposition, the love can take its stand upon the firm platform and use it as a thrust block. That's a brain boggler, ain't it? That's a brain boggler, ain't it? That'll put you in the Catalina wine mixer. Therefore, it's not enough to meet hate with love. It's not enough to meet evil with good. This is the course of the ignorant, and the reason why exoteric religion has made so little impression in the world. You must hate with hate sufficiently to cause a locking up of the force. You must hate the hate, and having rendered evil in. And look, listen. If you love love, you lock up love, don't you? If you love love, you lock up love. That's crazy, right? Because you're moving out of the flow of what love is into possession, into addiction, into projection, into illusion. That's wild, man. I'm telling you, that's a brain boggler if you really think about that thing. That's the Catalina wine mixer if you really think about that thing. Having rendered evil inert by opposition, the love can take its stand upon the firm platform and use it as a thrust block. So you got to play chess with the energies. You got to play chess with the cosmic energies. Or not play at all. That's another option too. Therefore, and it takes skill to not play, by the way. It's not just giving up and surrendering. It takes skill to not play. That's the middle path, right? It takes skill to not play the game. I would say it takes more skill than right hand or left hand path. Uh-oh. Hence why there ain't too many middle path people. This ain't for the weak. This ain't for the human. This path ain't for the human. What is this satanic shit? Words. Paragraphs. This is evil. Circles. Rings. This is satanic. Lord have mercy. Where we at? Therefore, you only oppose evil when you wish to do constructive work. Just giving you the game right here. Therefore, you only oppose evil when you wish to do constructive work, when you wish to make something new. You never oppose the evil when you wish to destroy. You make a vacuum around it. You prevent opposition from touching it. Hmm. 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 Sanguine Crimson says, "Are you the lever or the earth that's being moved?" Neither, bish. Bish, I'm the freaking fulcrum. If we got to choose sides, right? If we got to choose sides, if we have to, if we must. Every time you see these people talking about the boogeyman, just remember, you know, right? We're talking about a game, choosing sides. Nothing matters. Nothing means anything. Nothing means anything at all whatsoever. It's a game of projection. It's a game of projection. And then you realize the person in control of projecting is you. You're giving out these meanings. You're handing out definitions. You're saying, oh, just like in the Bible, Adam and Eve, Adam walking through the garden, that's an elephant, that's a horse, that's a donkey. You're doing the same thing. You're walking through the Garden of Eden and saying, oh, that's that, and that's that. But the problem is, you're listening to other folks whisper in your ear telling you what to say. Oh, that's bad. That's satanic. That's demonic, right? That's evil. You didn't make that judgment. Somebody told you to say that, and you went right along with it. Sanguine Crimson says, you ain't never played Red Dead Redemption and just spent your time gathering mushrooms and herbs, no missions, no drama, no sides, just Arthur and the Wilds. Absolutely, right? I mean, I never played Red Dead, but yeah, I get the vibe, right? Sometimes I do that with The Sims. I do that with my Fortnite sometimes, if I can afford it, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Where we at? So then, being unopposed, it is free to follow the law of its own nature, which is, and get this now, so we talked about you prevent opposition from touching it, right? She said that you don't oppose the evil when you wish to destroy. You make a vacuum around it. You prevent opposition from touching it. Beat the science. Then, being unopposed, it is free to follow the law of its own nature, which is to join the motion of the ring chaos. Boom. Boom. It therefore passes out into the periphery of the universe until it meets the spin of the ring pass not, which it cannot get through, but it has gone to a place of such primitive simplicity that it is resolved into its own elements. And these elements are drawn into the attraction of the nearest motion, which is the nature of the ring cosmos, which is the nature of good. No matter what direction you go, it all ends up in the same place. No matter what direction you go, it all ends up in the same place. Powerful. Matthew Watson says, wow, the source wall in DC is full of nothing but villains. Interesting. The Eternal Library of Alexandria. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. This is so good. I want to read that again. Then being unopposed, it is free to follow the law of its own nature. What is its own nature? What is the law of its own nature? To join the motion of the ring chaos. It therefore passes out into the periphery of the universe until it meets the spin of the ring pass not. Evil literally destroys itself. That's what it's here to do, which it cannot get through, but it has gone to a place of such primitive simplicity that it is resolved into its own elements. And these elements are drawn into the attraction of the nearest motion, which is the nature of the ring cosmos, which is the nature of good. It's a self-contained unit. Ain't nothing here destroyed, really, and nothing here's created, really. It's all, because remember, the very beginning was infinite space swirling around. Nothing was actually created. Once again, this is the illusion. Nothing was actually created. It's just been a combination, recombination of the same thing, rising and dissolving over and over again, ad infinitum, never ending. Sheesh. Therefore, evil, when unopposed, resolves itself into the undifferentiated raw material of existence. Evil, when unopposed, resolves itself into the undifferentiated raw material of existence, the first form of manifestation. It ceases to be organized. It ceases to have qualities. It starts afresh at the beginning, transmuted through neutrality into good. It is the spin of these two rings which give the influences that play upon creation. Make sense? Sanguine Crimson says, evil starts eating itself if it runs unopposed for long enough. Exactly. Exactly. Self-destruction. There's self-destruction and self-creation. Or I should technically say self-assembling and self-disassembling. Motion and inertia. All right, so last paragraph. Last paragraph, or last 2 or 3 paragraphs. You are now in a position to know why the mystery of evil is the secret of the initiates. If you understood that, you are an initiate. Congratulations. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. The Eternal Library of Alexandria says, we are in a constant state of evolution, enlightenment, growth. Alchemy, change, and transformation is the law of the divine. And I'll add to that, right, to make it extra true, we are also in a constant state of de-evolution and a state of darkness and disintegration. That's also alchemy, change, and transformation. That's also the law of the divine. Both are happening simultaneously. Both are happening simultaneously. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful, right? Everything is perfect. Everything is, and see, that adds another layer to why everything is perfect. Because who gave good the preeminence over evil? Why isn't destruction justified as much as creation? They're both going to the same place. They both are the same thing. Ultimately, this is why everything is perfect. Let these people do what the fuck they're doing. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because everyone's playing out their cosmic role, baby. This is perfect. I'm seeing it even more clear. Even more clear. This is great. This is great. Nandi J. Excuse me. Yeah, Nandi J. That's it. Peace, peace. Peace, peace. Chicken, check yourself before you wreck yourself. I love that. There's no such thing as bad weather in the heart of Mother Nature. Damn. Nah, that is bars right there. That is absolutely. There's no such thing as bad weather in the heart of Mother Nature. Print that one out. Print that one out. Sanguine Crimson says, the world get real odd for anyone else recently, like you're awoken, kind of against your will. I would say most definitely, right? I know I observe these shifts and changes all the time, to the point that it really is no point talking about them. Oh, another shift, another change. If I made a video every time there was a damn shift, then I would have consistent content. Maybe I should, right? But yeah, most specifically, this season of the eclipse, I would say that season of the eclipse that recently happened was a pretty big shift, and it hasn't stopped. It hasn't gone back to normal. I agree with you on that. I agree with you. So, you are now in a position to know why the mystery of evil is the secret of the initiates. Because when you understand evil, it is exceedingly useful. But the undisciplined man, if he knew the usefulness and goodness of evil, would use it dynamically on the positive side of its manifestation, not statically by availing himself of its negative qualities, as does the initiate. You see, it is a matter of geometry. That is why numbers are so important. And remember, numbers in occultism refer to the degrees of angles. Ooh, that's opening up for me too now. From 0 to 9, you're getting closer or further away from a particular point. Oh man. Which would also explain the numbering of the Tree of Life, which goes to the tarot cards, right? The 0 card is the Fool, but the 22nd card is the World. Ay, caramba. So it's a matter of geometry. That's why numbers are so important. And remember, numbers in occultism refer to the degrees of angles. The degrees of the numbers of white occultism are marked in the ring cosmos. The degrees of the numbers of the degrees of the numbers of evil are marked in the ring chaos. Always think of the number in referring to the degree of an angle of two intersecting lines of force. And remember that when you operate on more than one plane, you get the angles of the intersecting of the planes. You will have more instruction about that. Every plane has 3 rings, like the cosmos. Also, you can get intersections between different types of movement, like time and space. Intersections between different types of movement, like time and space. These things will be studied later. Good God Almighty. 6 hours. 6 hours, y'all. I think the first time we did this, it was only like 5 hours. 6 hours, man. And we just finished chapter 1. Good God Almighty. Proteus Seer of Eon says, can you believe we used to sit in a church and think that was all there is? I shudder to think of another reality where I didn't wake up. There's so much to learn. I grew up in the Latter-day Saints church. Man, oh man. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I don't know, man. I'm willing to wager that at some point, there were sparks. There were sparks. Now, you probably didn't have enough fuel to let it burn fully at that time, but I think that there were sparks even back then, right? My cousin brought up a core memory that I completely forgot about. We were kids, man. This is in the 90s. Now we're sitting there in church, and she was asking me about. She saw me like looking at a book. Basically, I was reading, but not out loud. Like we were kids. I'm talking about elementary school shit. And she's like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm reading." She's like, "How are you reading? You're not saying anything out loud. You're not mouthing the words." I'm like, "I'm reading in my head." She's like, "How do you do that?" And I basically went through the process of showing her how to think of a word, look at a word, think of it, and basically read it in your head. We were talking about visualizing. We were talking about activating that inner voice, right? And then she told me about another experience that actually relates to what you just said there. I was complaining about the church songs, right? And I'm like, why are they always singing about Jesus? And they're all singing all slow, and it's always about Jesus. And what did Jesus do? And I didn't get it. I wasn't entertained, and I didn't like it. And she told me, she's like, well, all you have to do is when you're listening to them sing, when they say Jesus, just think of yourself. She said, just think of yourself. Instead of thinking about Jesus, just think about yourself. Imagine that you're singing this stuff about yourself. And I started doing that. And that shit shifted my perspective even back then. It shifted my perspective even back then. Why are we little kids talking about this shit in church, man? That's what I'm saying. I think that if any of us have found ourselves here, there were probably so many early sparks that we don't even remember. There were probably so many little sparks that we had while we were in the church or while we were asleep or whatever that have built up over time to bring us to where we are. Six hours later. Hey man, I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate y'all being here for the book study. I'm surprised that we got more people here at the end than we started. Y'all are something else. You know that? Y'all are something else. Something else. So we're going to do a quick recap of this thing. And then everybody will go off to spin off onto their own orbit. And I want you to think about good and evil. I want you to think about the fact that when spirit and energy communicates with us, it can only use the concepts that are already in our head, right? I want you to think about what's been mentioned here tonight, because you can walk away from this particular reading transformed in a powerful way. Powerful way. Jesus. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus. All right. Expand your library of correspondences. Expand your motherfucking library of correspondence. Oracle Messenger says, I saw the forming of an embryo and the cosmos all in one. Fat Tony says, now when I hear Jesus song, I'm adding my name for sure. Hey. And I'm glad that me and my cousin as kids just said that amongst ourselves so that nobody can come and tell us, hey, don't do that. Hey, that's wrong. Y'all can't do that. I'm glad that we just had that amongst ourselves and nobody told us to stop, because that most certainly changed us. So let's do a quick recap. The opening of existence. The unmanifest is the great negation. It is infinite potentiality, which has not occurred. Check. Before creation, no time, no space, no movement. The unmanifest is non-being, pregnant with all being, absolute stillness before the first vibration. Before the first vibration. So this is before the before Kether or anything like that. In this stillness lies the paradox. Everything exists, but nothing is yet expressed. The cosmos begins not with a bang, but with a breath. The great duality. The first act of manifestation arises through two opposing desires within space. The will to move, which is the dynamic impulse seeking expression, and the will to remain still, inertial resistance to change. This tension produces motion, but because it exists in an infinite field, that motion cannot be straight. It curves back upon itself, forming the first circle, the ring cosmos. This is the first law. All motion curves. So that's the beginning. That's the beginning. And guess what, guys? Here's a spoiler alert. That motion never stopped. We are a part of that motion. We're still a part of that first motion. Each and every one of us and everything that we can ever conceive of is part of that initial motion. That's your Big Bang right there. And we're all part of it. We are all a part of it. Because that motion became time and space. That motion became our planet and the people and the ideas, right? This is not just physical stuff. Because like what was also mentioned, we were formed out of the motion. The motion just compressed itself into a thing. We don't really exist, man. We are motion. We are motion. That's why your body dissolves when it's done. That's why your thoughts dissolve when it's done. That's why your personality dissolves when it's done. We don't exist. Everyone is a part of that initial wave. Lakers at 5. The ring cosmos and the ring chaos. The first movement spirals into two opposing systems. Look at that beautiful spiral. Isn't that a wonderful spiral? I love it. I love it. The ring cosmos, ordered motion moving towards manifestation. The ring chaos, disordered motion resisting formation. Between them emerges a third principle, the ring pass not, a boundary of equilibrium. Within the ring pass not, the cosmos will evolve. Psychological interpretation. These rings are not outer space. They are patterns of consciousness. The ring cosmos, the ordering mind, the drive to integrate. The ring chaos, the unresolved emotion, the field of resistance. The psychic boundary that keeps awareness coherent. Creation begins in the psyche as the dance of desire and resistance. Cool. The law of return. All movement, therefore, has a slight curve in its projection and eventually returns to the point whence it started. No straight lines. No motion ever travels in a straight line. Eternal return. Every act, emotion, or thought returns to its origin. The spiral is reality. Cosmic harmony. To think in circles is to think with the cosmos. Check. We've been trained to think in a straight line, but the truth is circle. The truth is spiral. This is the metaphysical foundation of karma and feedback. The wise moves in spirals, not straight paths. Symbolic visualization exercise. Meditative imagery. So the next time you have a moment to sit and meditate, try this out. Try this out. Into the void, right? You close your eyes and you imagine infinite darkness. The first pulse. Attempt to feel a slow rotation, right? A subtle, ancient, eternal rotation. It would be helpful to visualize this. Like, don't think of a line spinning. Feel the motion with your cosmic imagination. Feel the process that we went through in this first chapter. I dare you to try it. It forms a circle of light, right? Imagine that motion spinning and spinning and creating a circle. Imagine eons of time passing. It forms a circle of light, turning endlessly within itself, the eternal return motion to its source. You are witnessing the birth of structure within the void. The first manifestation within us. This cosmic process mirrors the birth of consciousness in the individual. The unmanifest, right, the unconscious potential of the soul becomes the first ring, awareness recognizing itself as something distinct. Every creation, every thought, relationship, or project is a microcosmic manifestation. I mean, really, right? If you create a YouTube video or a piece of music or a piece of art, it didn't start there. It started as something inside of you, a feeling, an inspiration. And you spiraled around the process of manifesting it. And by the time you made it back full circle, it is a full creation. But if you really travel backwards, you'll see it didn't start with your inspiration, because you had to gain the skills to do it. The spiral continues forever. The law of curved motion. Oh, and by the way, creation begins the moment awareness curls back upon itself. Right? That's what happened when Kether fell into Hokmah. Creation became aware of itself. The law of curved motion. Straight motion is mechanical. Curved motion is alive. The curve is consciousness, the self-awareness that turns inward. Every cycle in your life, success, setback, creation, and destruction, it's the same cosmic motion seen from within. To master the spiral is to master manifestation. The ethical dimension. All movement returns to its point of origin. Every act, thought, and emotion radiates through the psychic field and returns magnified. We're not talking about punishment, right? I always say this. We're talking about karma. It's not about punishment and reward. It's not punishment and reward. Karma is the unbroken chain of events. The same way that we just went through this process of visualizing that spiral running through time and space, and everything that you've ever experienced is a part of that spiral, that's what karma is. It's not, oh, I did something good, I should be getting a reward. I did something bad, I should be punished. That's not what karma is. Karma is this whole chapter we just described. That's what karma is. Anything else is an illusion. It's an outright lie. Chaotic interference. To act in confusion generates dissonant waves. And notice, confusion is not necessarily about the content of what you're confused about. It's the energy of being confused. It's the context of being confused. That's what causes the disruption. It's never the content, it is always the context. Good isn't the things that you do, it's the context of being good. Smart isn't the stuff you know, because a monkey can memorize things. A dog can memorize things. A cat can memorize things, right? Smart isn't the stuff you know. It's the context of being intelligence. Harmonious rings. To act with clarity is to send out coherent patterns. See? It's the context of what you're sending out. It's not the stuff. It's the being. Take it to the bridge. Spiritual alignment. Training is the art of aligning with the ring cosmos. So, wrap it all up. Key insights. Principal summary. 1. The unmanifest. Infinite potential prior to existence. 2. The dual desire. We talked about inertia and movement giving birth to motion. 3. Curved motion. All energy moves in spirals, not lines. 4. The 3 rings. Cosmos, which is order. Chaos, which is resistance. And pass not, which is balance. If you've been on this channel long enough, you know about the Vedic science. We're talking about Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. There's your 3 gunas. The law of return. Every force completes its circle. So inner practice. Where in my life am I forcing straight line progress when I should be flowing in a spiral? That's a good question for you to ask yourself. Two, which thoughts from my ring cosmos constructive and self-sustaining? Which thoughts form my ring cosmos constructive and self-sustaining? Which emotions belong to my ring chaos, dispersive and reactive? Where is my ring pass not? My sacred boundary of equilibrium, right? The way that you understand this stuff is you make it real. You make it real, you bring it home, and you allow it to define itself in your experience. Closing transmission. These images are not descriptive but symbolic and are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. The purpose of this chapter is to install a new cognitive architecture to make you think in living motion. The unmanifest within still exists within you as potential, right? You're not separate from the spiral. Perpetual creation. First manifestation happens every time you bring awareness to your own mind. Turn that spiral inward. You are both the ring and the space it turns within. Final visualization. Contemplation practice. Visualize the 3 rings, ring cosmos, ring chaos, and ring pass not, slowly turning around a point of stillness. I'm giving you the tools, man. I'm giving you the tools to work with. I done did this stuff already. You can do this. You can not do it. Suit yourself. But it ain't gonna get too much more premium than this. It ain't gonna get too much more premium than this. And if you find it, please let me know, because I'm trying to learn as well. Visualize the three rings, the ring Cosmos, ring Chaos, and ring Pass Not, turning slowly around a point of stillness. Recognize that the still point is your own consciousness. The rings are your thoughts. The rings are your thoughts. The motion is your life. The stillness is your source. Cosmic Doctrine. So there we have it. Chapter 1, the first manifestation. He who thinks in circles begins to think with the mind of God. Okie doke. Wonderful, fantastic, awesome. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you learned something. It was 6.5 hours. Dear Lord, that's a long time. But we did it. Thank you for hanging in there. I'm glad and grateful for your dedication to the science. We'll be doing this again next week. As always, Saturday, 8 o'clock-ish. Had some technical difficulties this time, so forgive me, as usual. But hey, we did it. Good job. Good job. Keep being awesome. Keep learning, keep growing. Remember what she said in the beginning? Go berserk. Go berserk. Let me know if you enjoyed the PDFs. If so, then I'll keep doing them. If not, we'll just stick to the basic book read and me yapping. All right. That's that. Have a good night, y'all. Have a good night. I'm well pleased. I'm well pleased. I think this was a good one. Should have been doing it like this. Cosmic entity, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Awesome, awesome. That's the point. That's the point, right? That's the point. Here for everything. Awesome, awesome. What does the Matrix warn against? Circular thinking. Right? Because what better way to stay in place? Mystic Phoenix. Peace, peace. Ace in the place. Peace, peace. Alchemic Minds. Namaste. Oy vey. Oy vey. Time for some Pastor Troy. Nice, nice. Have a good night. Have a good night, everybody. All right. That's it. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Cool. So, same time next week. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace.